Everyone, and welcome to the Council meeting of Tuesday the 12th of May 2026. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit and we'll assemble down on Devonport Road in that unlikely event. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed on YouTube and the video will be publicly available. And please make sure everyone's mobile phones are off. Thank you. We'll get underway. Could I hand over to Councillor Rolleston, please, for an opening karakia?
Tēnā koe mahi, nā mihi mahana kia koutou, nā memo te hapori ko taimai, just a welcome to those of the community as well, in my mihi, nā te hea tēnā tātou. Kia inoi tātou. Tui runga, tui raro, tui roto, tui waho, tui te here tangata karongo te a karongo te pō, nau mai te ihi te wei, te mana te tapu, pau ki roto ki a mātou mō tēnei ata, koi ara e rongo, whakiriraki ki runga, turu whakamaua ki a tīna. Haumi e, hui e.
So just ask if we've got any apologies. Looks like we've got a full contingent. Thank you, councillors. In that case, we'll keep moving on. And today we have a public forum and we have a number of speakers talking. So I'll invite Mr. Anthony Ruanui forward and he's going to give us a submission on the draft annual plan on behalf of Ngāti He, Hapu and the Mangatapu Marae community. Welcome. Anthony, I note we have got a written submission which is in the agenda papers. You will have 5 minutes, and because we have a number of speakers, we'd like you to try to stick as closely to that, and depending on how much time we'll take, we'll determine how many questions we can have. So as I said before, we have got that submission. We're happy to take that as read, but please give us any pertinent parts to that you'd like to reiterate. Thank you.
Amua te kōrero, he mi poto ki a kōrua, ko taimai nei, anei nā mana whenua, ko taimai I roto I tēnei whare, te Maria Nui. I raro I te mana o Ngāi Tamara Waho, Ngāti Tapu hoki. Nō reira, Ngāti He, Nā rangatira ko taimai, Anthony, Des, he poto te mihi, hoi anō, te tikanga o tēnei whare, ki te mihi, ki te mana whenua ko taimai. Tēnā kōrua.
Tuatahi ake, ka mihi ake ki a koe himi mō te karakia tūwhera I tēnei wā, I mihi ana. I mihi kau ana ki a koutou katoa mō te hui I tēnei wā. Tēnā koutou katoa, ka tua ki au ki te maunga karakia o maunga rangi, ka rere ihua ki te Waituku Roimata o Rākei, ka honu atu rā I te ia o Kaitimako, o Waitao, I te tahuna o nā papaka o Rangataua, nā rono ake te tangata, Waihoma, nā papaka te manuhiri, I mihi. Ka hoki au ki te mauri o tōku waka, ko mātātua, ko Naitirangi, te noho nā, te ture, tōku hapu, ko Ngāti He, ko Anthony Tākiri Dirinui ahau. So tēnā koutou, morning everyone. Anthony Dirinui, Chair of Ngāti Hapu Trust. Firstly, just want to thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of Ngāti Hapu Trust and the wider Mangatapu Hapori or community. Today our submission focuses on resilience, infrastructure and protection of our people, marae and community assets. Recent weather events, including the tornado and flooding impacts experienced across our rohe, have reinforced vulnerabilities our community has been raising for some time. And I just want to reference our Mangatapu marae in terms of previous submission on APLWDW 643969. So it's no longer a future risk in Mangatapu and within Ngāti He, their current realities. For Ngāti He, our marae is more than a building, it's a place of identity, shelter, connection and emergency support for our people. When infrastructure around the marae is under pressure, our whole community is impacted. One of our key concerns that we've been raising is stormwater infrastructure, servicing the Mangatapu and Wikitoria Street area, including the existing network, which we understand is undersized for current and future demand. Importantly, this work is not new, nor are we starting from zero. We acknowledge and appreciate the support that was provided last year through both Tauranga City Council and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council to begin understanding our wider risks facing our marae and our surrounding community. As part of that work, Ngāti He commissioned environmental specialist, Padel Dalmore Partners, which is also PDP, led by Tota Akuhata Bailey Winiata, to understand hazard identification and resilience assessment work across our area. That work identified a range of current and emerging challenges relating to stormwater capacity, flooding, vulnerability, land stability, and wider climate resilience impacts affecting our marae and the surrounding whenua. What we're seeking now is a continuation of that partnership and momentum, moving from assessment and identification into planning, prioritisation and implementation. We're here to ask the Council to, one, prioritise investigation and upgrading of our stormwater network, servicing our area. Two, progress immediate planning and stage investment for resilience infrastructure. Three, recognise marae as a critical community infrastructure within resilience and emergency planning. And four, continue working alongside Hapu in a genuine co-design partnership approach. Our concern is not only about protecting our whenua, land and buildings, it's about protecting our whānau, kuia kaumātua, koanga reo, rangataua sports facility and the future generations. We acknowledge the scale of infrastructure pressures facing Tauranga Moana. However, we also believe this is an opportunity for the Council to demonstrate leadership through early investment, partnership and long-term thinking. Ngāti He stands ready to work constructively with Council. We're not simply bringing problems, we're offering partnerships, local knowledge and commitment to practical solutions for our hapori and the wider Tauranga Moana. We also welcome elected members and council staff to visit Mangatapu, marae and surrounding areas firsthand to better understand the issues being experienced on the ground. In closing, we ask Council to ensure the annual plan reflects not only investment in infrastructure, but investment in resilience, partnerships and the well-being of the communities most directly impacted by these challenges. Nō reira, a tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou.
Wow, you did well. Thank you. Have we got any questions from staff? Yep. Thank you.
Not staff, but close.
Sorry. No.
Thanks for coming in again. Your presentation last year was pretty comprehensive and I think we all understand the issues that are out there. So my question isn't for you guys, it's probably for staff, just to understand where we've gone from last year's annual plan submission till now. Is anything underway, do we know? And if no one can answer it on the spot, happy to take that at
as an action. Date. Yeah. Is anyone action? Okay, we'll make that as an action. Ask any progress. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Your submission was really good, and I think it very clearly outlines both what you're asking for, as well as some of the issues there and some of the solutions. So that's appreciated. We'll take that away and have a look. But appreciate your time to coming and presenting that to us today. Thank you. So our second speaker today is Mr. Lee Pettigrew, and he's going to talk around the closure of Moao, the surf club and the boat ramp, and I believe he has a couple of supporters. Yep, we've got Mr. Alan Gillingham and Mr. Alan Hunter. No? Okay, that's fine. So we've got Mr. Pettigrew and Mr. Gillingham. Welcome. You'll have 5 minutes to talk, and then if there's any questions, I can answer those.
Thanks, Mayor and Councillors. morning to you all, and those wanting to speak, morning greeting to you also. I should introduce friend Alan. He's a geologist and he will speak. I'd like him to speak first, but he wanted me to speak first, so I'm away. But yesterday I took the time to look up the definition of Māori. The Maori word meaning the essential life force that acts as a binding energy, crucial for well-being. When I read what it meant, I realised it could actually be describing what the Mount is to all of us and what it means to us. The essential life force that acts as a binding energy, crucial for well-being. A further definition leading on from that was Māori ora, meaning a state of flourishing. Well, that's hopefully our end goal. As you all know, we experienced on January the 22nd what was reported as a 1 in 60 year event. Others reported it as 1 in 250 year event with tragic consequences. I've come here today to ask you, the Council, amongst other things, to consider opening both the boat ramp and the surf club. Once more, as it makes no sense for either of these facilities to remain closed under normal circumstances. They could easily have cautionary notices placed on them, advising that they are within calculated slip zones, caution should be exercised and may be subject to closure during predicted extreme weather events. Following on, it would also be assumed that saturation levels are now low on the Mount, and both tracks could now begin to be cleared and repaired simultaneously. The second matter I'd like to discuss concerns the Moral Trust. It concerns me that as owners of the Mount, the Trust are vulnerable to being held liable. In the interest of protecting the iwi, it may be appropriate for the Council to look at issuing a letter of indemnity or consider other alternatives in order to provide protection for the iwi as our kaitiaki and guardians. To the last topic for discussion, I would like you to consider the creation of a dedicated fund for the purpose of supporting the immediate families of the 6 people who lost their lives so tragically on Mau. If in agreement, the Council or appointed representatives could commission a statue to be placed as near as possible to the spot where the tragedy occurred, depicting the scene and those that assisted in the rescue. In addition, a bell placed by the monument to be rung in their honour by visitors and donors. Thank you once again on behalf of myself and eventually Ellen for affording us the opportunity and privilege to speak to you this morning. It's a privilege we don't take for granted. Thank you. Ellen?
Thanks, Lee, and thank you all, and thanks for the opportunity of being able to make this presentation. Just to introduce myself and my background, I'm an ex-scientist with AgResearch and worked mainly on hill country through my career, evaluating and optimising pasture management aspects, but also doing a considerable number of measurements on water infiltration rates and runoff in hill pastures. So that's my background. And today I want to propose that, considering the high vulnerability of citizens both visiting Mount Maunganui itself, but also in other situations where they live adjacent to potential slip zones, such as we had in Welcome Bay, it's time to reduce risk levels by considering the use of early warning systems and not just relying on weather forecasts. As a first approach, it should be recognised that the earliest slips, as we have seen, are likely to occur from pasture-covered rather than tree-covered slopes, though of course the the steepness of the slope is a factor as well. Just a suggestion of what we could do is that nests of instruments called piezometers be installed within the hill areas above public use areas or housing where slips would be a danger to life. Piezometers are just narrow tubes with lower slotted sides that are inserted vertically deep into the soil, and the slots allow subsurface water to seep in, and so you can measure the height of the water in those tubes, and that can be relayed to a central office somewhere, so you've got one monitoring system of what's happening in various areas of a, say for example on Maui. This would indicate it when saturated soil moisture levels were significantly above the compact lower levels that all soils have, and where runoff, water seepage comes in and then starts to move parallel to the slope, downslope. That's the hydrology of what happens on slopes. And of course it builds up in the lower levels of those slopes until their natural soil strength disappears and the whole thing just slips and drags the rest of the soil with it. So that's sort of the mechanism. And so we would calibrate those, obviously, in relation to the local conditions. Just in summary, that's just an example of how we could actually make a very useful advance in our knowledge of when danger is likely to occur. I've consulted with Professor Alan Palmer of Massey University and Emeritus Professor David Lowe of Waikato University. Both are well-recognised authorities in soil geotechnology, who consider that this proposal could be well worth exploring. Professor Lowe has helped derive soil slippage danger level relationships from studies out at Omakaroa, but there are different soil materials there, so he has some very pertinent knowledge in this whole area. But I just emphasise again, I think we're moving past the stage of just relying on rainfall forecasts to trying to get some local information specific to different sites as an early warning system. Thank you for your...
Thank you very much, and thank you for your discussion. A couple of things. I think it's important that we communicate what is happening. 2 weeks ago, the red sticker was taken off the surf club, so that is now free to open from a council's perspective. It's up to the governance of the surf club to decide when they wish to reoccupy that building. The boat ramp, after a discussion last week with the geotech engineers, we're actively looking at the mitigations we can put in place by way of a tarp to be able to open that up to the public. And so hopefully we'll have some further news to share with you on that. Around some of those mitigations, we have got contractors on site currently that are clearing the summit track at the moment, while we're still looking at the plan around the base track and the information just on that early warning signal. So around that, the main slip, that did tragically kill those 6 people, there is alarm system in place at the moment around any movement sensors, and there would be an alarm going off. I think we can certainly take your recommendations to look at other possible mitigations for future and long-term solutions. But I just wanted to sort of give you that assurance that those are. But obviously, thank you very much for your discussion today. Is there any further questions? Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just not related to Moa itself necessarily, but just in terms of piezometers, I'm just curious if you could let me know, like we've got people in areas like Brookfield, Ultimotai, Welcome Bay, etc., who are concerned of slips on private properties that neighbour other private properties. So From a council point of view, I'm told that we don't have really a role there. That is up to the individual owners to monitor anything or to do whatever they need to do. But of course, some people are wanting to look at technology. Do they require, to make these useful, do they require the expensive component, which is like the monitoring component, or is it still useful? Just it looked like, I've looked online, it looks like about $300 or $400 you could sort of get the actual thing and the accessories, but is that going to be useful to people who don't know the equipment, or does it need the full-blown monitoring?
I'm afraid I'm not in a position to answer that question specifically. I'm raising the general topic of early warning systems, and I've gathered this information, but there are experts around, like the people I've referred to, that would be able to point you in the right direction in terms of getting that information. But certainly it is something that private individuals and landowners could use, and we hear so often of slips that end up taking out houses or taking lives. So they're quite simple, small things that can be manually measured, just dipping for water level in the piezometers, for example, rather than worrying about electronic transmission.
Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you very much for your time today. I really appreciate you coming to present to council, so thank you. Our third is Mr. Graham Nielsen from Bay of Plenty Badminton and Community Sports Facility. So.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe, and thank you, councillors, for giving us the opportunity to be able to present on our proposed facility. My name is Graham Nielsen. I'm Chair of Bay Plenty Badminton and also Chair of the Bay Plenty Badminton Facilities Trust. And supporting me is Darwin Cooper. She's our long-standing General Manager for Bay Plenty Badminton Association. Did you know that Tauranga is the only major city within New Zealand without a dedicated badminton facility? Did you know that we have to compromise all of our key playing parameters to fit into a multi-sport facility? Did you know that badminton is the fastest racket sport in the world? And did you know that badminton is the fastest growing sport in secondary schools, not only just in our region, but across New Zealand? Bay Plenty Badminton, led by Darwin Cooper, has been working towards creating a home for badminton over the last 15 years. We are at the cusp of making this dream become a reality. We have our share of $8 million towards this project, and you have the ability to change our community by enabling massive growth within badminton and access for other sports like pickleball, which are growing at an incredible rate and need space too. Bay of Plenty Badminton is acutely aware that it faces a huge risk of Tauranga Boys College or Aquinas College shutting their facilities to external users, of which we are one of the major users. Just like Bethlehem College did some years ago. This would have a massive impact on indoor network, requiring badminton to seek facility space within the already overconsumed Bay venue facilities. Our proposal has 100% indoor network value at 50% of the cost, based on Bay of Plenty Badminton providing $8 million towards this project and seeking Tauranga City Council to match fund with $8 million also. This proposal is a community initiative, community-inspired, community-led, community-owned, and community-managed. This facility has no further cost to Tauranga City Council operationally or capital commitment. This facility has greater community value through 24/7 electronic access, increased wellness via large social space, and connection hub for players and spectators alike. This facility will enable local, regional, national, and international events which aren't easily achieved or cost-effective with any of the current Bay Venue owned and operated facilities. This facility has half of its floor area dedicated to multi-sport, but unlike other facilities, it's purpose-designed to convert to badminton without any negative impact on other users. This model is far superior to any other facility within our region. I urge you to give careful consideration to the opportunity that this proposal presents. We appreciate that you have limited resources and many worthy projects. However, this is ready to go now. It fulfills an immediate need now, and it establishes a model for community-led projects now. It creates a significant opportunity for our community both now and into the future. I'd like to invite any questions to our proposal.
Yep, Councillor Schulder.
Thanks very much, guys. Just right back at the start, you mentioned how long this journey's been. 15 years, so could you just expand on that a little bit and just give us a little bit more understanding of just the path you've got to be getting here now?
I first presented to the City Council in 2008. Some of you were actually still on this council then. So the council agreed to work with us to find a site. And we worked through quite an extensive number of different sites and took a long time to do that. Back then, a facility was only going to cost us about $4 million. So this one is significantly more. We've been on a journey looking at other alternative areas when one of the sites that we had agreed on was then taken away. So it's been a bit of a roundabout for us going forward. And we've worked with the staff at the council for the site at Tātua Reserve that's been signed over to that we can lease that facility, that site. It's very central for everyone to be able to get to, but from a funding point of view, it's not just a badminton-only facility, it's a multi-sport facility. It will have 8 purpose-built courts for badminton, but then there's, on the other side, there's 2 basketball, well, actually netball-sized courts as they're bigger. So we'll be able to service a bigger hub of the community, but our clubs in this area have been super supportive. We've done feasibility studies, business case, they've helped fund that. And so they're still all behind us. We have had clubs that have, as you've heard, it used to be in Bethlehem College, they've been moved on. They're not allowed to play there anymore. I've been speaking with the hirers at Tauranga Boys College, and that's a danger that could happen to us again, and that's an area, a facility that we use a lot. We do use QEYC, but we use it on a Sunday when it's not so busy. Getting other times in that facility is really, really hard. We've had some tournaments that we have had there. We organised to paint the inside of the QEYC. You'll see one side is actually that grey-blue, just because it actually needs to be the colours that we can see the shuttle. And when you have been there for a tournament, we have that big black curtain that goes down the middle. So for us to have a tournament there costs us a lot of money to hire, but also for the other bits that we need to get in to make it easily accessible or to play our sport well. But the focus for us is to be able to have a home for our clubs that they'll move to, that we can be self-sufficient, less reliant on grant funding going forward. And yeah, as Graham said, we're one of the cities that don't have a facility. In Auckland, there's 13 facilities and they're all stretched. We are a fast-growing sport. We have huge numbers of kids playing at secondary schools. across the Bay of Plenty, and this will be a home for badminton in Bay of Plenty, not just Tauranga.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Baker and then I think might come back to...
Mihi ana kōrua, thank you. Appreciate your guys' patience. I can hear that it's been a very long journey, but that, it's a testament that you guys are still here today. My question is, the Commission agreed to funding 5 mil. The ask of us today effectively is to accept and increase that by an additional 3 million. Should that not happen, what would your reality look like? What would the reality for the Bamington facility or for the club look like should we not fully fund what's been asked today?
Thank you. It's a critical question for us too. $3 million, as you can appreciate, is incredibly hard to raise out of the community. We've already managed to secure 5 million from TEC. We have a further 3 million that we've got underwrite for that will enable us to be able to move forward with a commitment to our aid. To be able to get another 3 million is, while I'm not going to say is impossible, it would be a task that would be hard to achieve, and it would just would consume more time, so create a delay, and we know that delay has a cost. But it's a good question.
Thank you.
We're ready to go now. We've got building consent, resource consent. We could put a spade in the ground if we got that funding.
My question is semi-related to Councillor Baker's. You mentioned we're the outlier, Tauranga's the outlier of the big centres not having a facility. Do you know broadly what the contributions from other councils were to allow those facilities to be built or to be in effect, to give an effect? Because
I don't think there's actually a facility that's been built. This will be the newest one in the country for 50 odd years.
You said it, we're an outlier. There's nothing within Tauranga that's the big centres, Auckland, Wellington, etc., have a facility.
Yes.
Do you have any idea of how they funded those?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. It's a relevant question.
Yep.
I would imagine that a lot of those will have evolved over time. So in other words, there have been extensions on extensions. From our point of view, the only way we can make this facility work and function in a way that is meaningful and economic is to actually go the full proposal rather than a staged proposal, which was given consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Schuller, did you have...
Last one from me, just going back to the, and it's a thing that does come across, the broader network, what we provide, council provides, some of those partnerships, then also looking at that school network, which we're all very grateful for, but don't have control over. So that process of losing Bethlehem College, is that right? Mm-hmm. Was that sudden, or were they trying to work with you, thinking it would come quicker? And I suppose so that's the first question, just understanding the real risk of losing another school. I suppose there's that immediacy, because the question you're asking it really is whether this thing happens now, or if it doesn't happen now, it could be 2-3 years down the line. So just understanding a bit more about that risk and the process that losing, like, if you lost another school.
I think when it comes to assessing risk, you obviously look at the short-term risk and the long-term risk. The reality is, with any risk, it is an environment or a situation where you have no control over. So these schools could make a decision at any particular point in time for the start of the new year to determine not to allow external users. If that was to happen, we don't have an alternate but other than to push into the Bay venue space, which creates a major problem for other sport users as well. We want to make sure that we eliminate that risk by actually getting started now, make our facility happen, and add to the network environment so that everyone benefits.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Graham, and thank you also, Delwyn, for being here today, and thank you for all the work you do out in the community as well. We really appreciate it, so thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker and last for today is Rick Podrill and Tracy Waters. They're from the Tauranga Netball Board and here to talk about the new netball facility at Bay Park. So welcome, Rick and Tracy.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am Rick Powdrill and board member at Tauranga Netball Centre, and joining me, of course, is Tracy, who is our centre manager. And we also have another board member, Pam Clayton, with us behind. The netball proposal you will discuss today began for Tauranga Netball Centre in 2021 with the future Blake Park Master Plan discussions. From that work was born the proposal to relocate netball. And I think we all know what that means to traffic in that area and also all the other users of Blake Park in the future for their sports. Our vision is the development of a first-class outdoor multi-sport complex that this city can be proud of. This facility would become part of a wider Bay Park asset, providing the opportunity for netball and other sports to thrive and grow. Importantly, a modern facility of this scale and quality will enable Tauranga to host regional and national events which presently our facilities don't cater for. This project is not just about today's needs. It is an investment in the future of many sports, community connection in Tauranga, attraction of visitors and events, and economic benefit to our city. From the work that's already been done on this project, Tauranga Netball Centre is hoping council discussion and decisions today will result in clarity around the project proceeding, defined timelines, and clarity of certainty of funding. I'd like to thank the council and Bay Venue staff and the other parties involved in the planning process for the way they've included our inputs to progress the project to this point. And for us, we feel it is quite advanced. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'd just like to finish by passing on an apology from our board chair, Nikki Compton, who was unable to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there any questions for Rick or Tracy? Yep, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. I've got this sort of question to our staff as well, but just from your perspective in terms of the costs, there has been, some significant escalation compared to what we signed off on last July. So is that something that has been both between yourselves and the council? I'm not quite clear on where the specs and the costings and everything fit, whether it's coming from the netball centre just being passed to us or whether it's actually a combined effort to try and change scope or anything, or whether, in other words, has this been sort of value engineered, as to use a council jargon, to try to keep those costs close to what they were last July?
I must say I find that question a little bit hard to answer, but what I will say is that Tauranga Netball Centre has worked closely in the planning process with what we would be prepared to financially pay for to upgrade some of the facilities, particularly around the canteen facility and the levels of equipment that we'd place in that. So we have been quite open to discussions around costings and so forth.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it.
So just in regards to the canteen, so we've realised if this project goes ahead that obviously the cost to us is going to be more significant than we're paying right now. So we have to think about our future and sustainability through generating income, and I think it's obvious to us with the building that it'll be made through our canteen, which also not just our canteen, sorry, catering events that are booked in the building that we're leasing for a higher amount. So that's probably where some of the costs have been a little bit higher than people had envisioned. I just also want to mention there has been no talk with other users around participation levels. So this year we have 540 teams, and that's without all our competitions being activated yet. So we probably could get up to around 600 teams. Back when this started, I think it was around the 400 mark. So you can see that there's a significant growth in our participation levels. So with this building, obviously it gives us the opportunity to grow, have more courts, have a bigger building, be able to facilitate bigger tournaments and events, and also have users come in and utilise the building for their events. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Obviously, we're discussing this shortly, so hopefully we can give you some certainty around that. But again, thank you to both you, Rick, and you, Tracy, for, again, all the work that you do in our communities. And it's great to hear some of the participation numbers going up, because that means there's more people out there being active, and that's good for all of us. So thank you. All right, so that now rounds out our public session, and now we'll go on to acceptance of late items. Is there any late items? I note there was a later supplementary agenda added in the publicly excluded. Is there any confidential business to be transferred into the open? Yeah, Councillor Rolleston.
Through you, Mayor. On the item 13.4, University of Waikato Strategic Partnership Agreement and Financial Contribution, I'd like to propose that the Strategic Partnership Agreement be in the public forum.
Okay. Could we just check from staff, well, obviously it's going to take us a while to get there, but whether you think we could split that item into two parts, talk about the strategic partnership agreement in public, and then talk about the funding and possible, I think it's the addendum in publicly excluded. So if we could just have some advice on that as we go through the meeting, and then we can consider that when we get closer to it. Thank you, Councillor Rolleston. Change to the order of business. At this stage, we don't have any plan to change order of business, but obviously that may change with advice on that item that would come at the end of our public session. There's no minutes to confirm. Any declarations of conflicts of interest that people would like to note? Yeah, Councillor Rolleston.
Just have it noted that the manager of Waikato University, Joseph McFarlane, is my first cousin. I see no reason why I cannot participate in the discussion, but I'd like it noted.
Yep, thanks. We'll note that. If any conflicts of interest do become aware of them during the meeting, please alert me to them, and we can note those as we go. There is no deputations, presentations, or petitions. Obviously, had a extended public forum this morning, and no recommendations from other committees. Yes, sorry.
So can I just ask why there aren't minutes to approve?
Yep, there's a delay on the minutes, and they'll be coming to the next meeting. So now we'll move into business. And our first item of business is the Badminton Multi-Court Centre. And I'll ask Rod Hudson and Renika Van Soos to come forward. And have we got any questions for staff? I guess just to introduce this, I'll foreshadow I have an alternative recommendation to replace B to F, which takes out any of the discussion around CapEx and OpEx. The reason being, I believe we should deal with that at a later date when we get the information that could answer that. Therefore, I just ask that we potentially keep any questions around the CapEx, OpEx part away from this, and if that proposal went through, if an alternative is to be open, we could ask those questions. Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for bringing this. I've just got a question around the budget that the badminton community sports facility has in the, whoever did that, Deloitte's paper. So it's
I
only
just
got
noted as publicly excluded, so don't, that paper is, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's only got a very small amount for depreciation in there. And so if it was a council facility, we would be talking about a massively higher amount of depreciation on the grounds that you'd look at a useful life and you'd fully depreciate it. Do you understand, that obviously provides a risk at a long time into the future, so it's not sort of like a pressing matter, but it provides a bit of context for us in this decision. So has there been discussion with the organisation around that in terms of whether the expectation would be that they or the ratepayers would ultimately end up replacing any facility or making any significant investments to maintain it?
Given that that is a question specifically if we go to a CapEx grant, is that a question you want me to answer now, Chair, or would you like us to wait for when we have
No,
the
well,
CapEx conversation?
I think the question is more around the facility and I guess around BVL, for example, we expect them to depreciate and their facilities. So I think the question is around, are we comfortable? We've done it with the Mount Pool, that we expect there to be some renewals funding as part of their OpEx, and I think the question is that considered enough to, this has to be a sustainable operation going forward, and are we comfortable with that small number of depreciation?
And through the chair, if I can clarify if that's right, just that it would take it from a what's called an operating profit, I guess surplus, to a significant operating loss, which would accumulate year on year. So that's the significance of it. It's not trying to sort of intrude beyond what council needs to worry about, but looking at it from a sustainability perspective, as the Mayor said, that would change things quite dramatically, really.
So my understanding of that piece of work is it was done on the basis that it was a badminton-owned facility, and they were obviously intending to put a quantum aside for repairs and maintenance and depreciation. Typically, those community-led, community-run facilities don't fully depreciate those facilities, as I'm sure you understand. If council were to make a capital investment in the facility and depreciate it as we normally do, we haven't had detailed discussions as to whether there will be a reciprocal expectation that badminton fully depreciate their component of it. So I can't really answer that. There are various different models out there. As you're aware, the netball multisport facility that we're proposing has the netball multisport facility that's proposed has a different funding model, revenue model. You'll be aware of the way that the hockey turfs are funded, where council sort of accumulates and effectively partially depreciates there, and then the hockey centre then looks to source funding over time that component. So we haven't had detailed discussions as to whether there's an expectation there, but I think you're right, certainly, that if there was an expectation there that the Badminton Trust fully depreciated their component, then it would compromise the day-to-day operating model.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. During the public forum, Badminton people were speaking about a potentially, I think I picked up on a potentially staged approach to building this facility. Is that something you know a bit more about? You could enlighten us?
There were discussions, there's been various iterations of designs and thinking about funding models over the last sort of 2, 3 or more years. The facility as it's proposed, we haven't had detailed discussions as to whether that could be staged. It's very much designed as an integrated, essentially forecourt facility that, you know, essentially has a sort of partition dedicated, 8 dedicated badminton courts, and then the 2 multi-use courts. I can't really advise any further than that, sorry.
I guess I have a question. Obviously, as we heard before, the commissioners, made a commitment of $5 million in the long-term plan. Then we've heard today from Badminton that there's a sort of expectation or an ask for $8 million. I'm just keen to understand, what we have, what has changed in that process as to, why it's gone from potentially 5 to 8 million.
Did you want to say something? Yeah. I guess the traditional way of that councils have invested in community-led facilities has been this kind of a third idea, where there's sort of fundraising for a third, council puts in a third, and then the likes of TECT and other charitable funders put in a third. So that essentially was the sort of basis on which that $5 million OPEX grant was determined. But we also obviously looked at the what you were potentially buying for that $5 million in terms of court space, etc. What's changed? Well, Graham outlined to you the state of play financially with the facility, that it's ready to go, and actually an additional contribution from council would get it over the line. I think that it depends to some degree on how you look at these things. A co-investment of a equal sum isn't unreasonable when you think that 50% of the court space is going to be multi-use courts that the community can use, and 50% is dedicated to badminton. As we've noted in the paper, and the Mayor has noted in his comments up front, an $8 million capital investment, or a larger capital investment, potentially has some spin-off implications for the funding stack and the funding stack of the arena expansion. There's more work that we need to do to refine those, and that's what we're proposing to bring back to you later. So I guess it depends how you look at it. We think there's potentially a value proposition there that makes sense at a higher investment level, but we would propose that you at least commit to the level that was already on the table.
And to be really clear with that, 5 million is the only commitment that council, in this case on the commissioners, has made. 8 million gets it over the line, hence you will see both numbers in the paper. But 5 million is the commitment, and no other promises have been made towards the 8 million.
Questions? Councillor Roseboom.
Thanks for the paper and the presentation. Mine's more around what I've been dealing with a lot of late is the parking issue. You've got 10 potential courts here for people on the badminton court maximum, plus 2 multi-use, which could be the basketball or netball. So there could be upwards of 70 people in there. And even if we optimistically say 2 per car, that's 35 plus staff. Is there off-street parking, and is there a minimum of around 40 parks minimum? So because it's a very popular street, is Newton Street.
So there's 53 car parks in the plan. Majority of the time that we would be using the facility would be after schools, evenings and weekends, which that area has, is not so busy at those times. And we've had a full traffic thing done on that area as well as part of our resource consent. You're welcome.
Right, is there, Councillor Schuler.
I suppose it's just a bit of a follow-on. I'm just reading a few of these comments here around, the benefits to our overall courts network, and we've heard from the presenters today that if we can't get to a higher level, there's the project's very seriously at sort of risk. So if you look at it from the other side, if we don't do this, how long does the 18 years, I suppose, expand out to? But what will that do to overall planning for our courts network and our levels of service?
You'll see in the paper there's some discussion around level of service, and our view that based on the acceleration that there's been in demand for the indoor courts network over the past 5+ years, that the level of service is effectively too low. I think that's borne out by the usage information that we've got, for example, from QEYC and Homeru. Homeru's only been open a year. It's 91% capacity already at peak times. You will have heard from various different indoor court sports over the last couple of years around the extent of that, the pressure on the network. So, yes, there is network pressure. There's effectively 2 proposals on the table today for investment in additional courts capacity. As I've alluded to, our sort of initial calculations suggest that not just that both are needed, but actually, if you consider them together, there's potentially a cost-effective way forwards there.
Yep, Councillor Sherlock.
Also heard around the risk of not being in control of a lot of the use of the facilities that they're currently lucky or grateful to have through schools. So just from staff's perspective, what would a world look like if badminton came to us saying they've lost Tauranga Boys College or another college?
Well, essentially it just puts that additional pressure back onto the Bay Venues network. Part of the reason that badminton are using the schools network is because of one of, badminton's still a reasonably large user of indoor court space, but it's obviously not as big as volleyball, it's not as big as basketball, and so those users inevitably are gobbling up the majority of the Bay Venues network. The school capacity is there and obviously helps support the capacity that council provides, but it is less secure.
Yep, Councillor Scholar.
Thank you, and it might be in the papers, apologies. So how much has been, when you talked a third, how much has been raised by the club and the community in terms of that third of the total?
So Tex committed $5 million.
So that's other funders, yep. So what's the
and there's about $3 million, I think, that other funders, benefactors, underwriters have committed.
So where does your third come in for us giving 8?
8 would obviously
Well exceed
assume a different proportional contribution from
Okay,
council.
I'm just, you just said a third, and then I thought I couldn't make that work in
Yeah.
what I'd read.
Apologies if that was confusing. A third is a historical model that has been used, give or take, in other areas. Every of these agreements is bespoke. We don't have to stick to the third. 5 million is give or take a third.
Okay, and I've been aware, I've been involved in Tauranga Hockey and the Mount Lifeguard Service, and Tauranga City Council that's never been a third model, so that was why I tried to work out the numbers, but thank you.
Right, is there any other? Yep, Councillor Baker.
Just wondering if you guys can expand a little bit more on the question I asked the badminton representatives earlier. Should we not approve or support the additional 3 mil? What does that materially look like for them? Can you kind of shape that a little bit further, or?
Well, I think bluntly it means that the facility won't go ahead. I think bluntly it means that the facility won't go ahead, or it will be a number of years before they're in a position to get close to the number they need. I suspect that with cost escalations in this, in that building sector, they'll constantly be trying to catch up with cost escalation. I suspect, in effect, it means back to the drawing board, and reconsenting and all, and redesign, reconsenting, and a lot of sunk cost and yeah.
The sunk cost in the case that there is a redesign rather than a defer will be give or take $600,000.
Yep, Councillor Taylor.
This isn't a council project, but the budget and the costings, have we gone out to tender? Does it have a contingency in the numbers? What are we looking at?
I think Graham's probably better placed to answer that question.
Thank you for the question. We have had initial costings done by Apollo as part of our process in terms of making sure that we efficiently use our funds. We are about to go to commercial tender. Initial indications from Foster's is that they will be able to build it under the indicated price, which is positive news, but not certain until such time as we enter into that tender process, but we intend to do it that way. We just need to have certainty of funding before we go to that, because there's no point going through that process and not being able to fulfil the contract.
Just to comment, it could actually be a bit of a chicken and egg situation, that if, they can save some money, it may make this decision a bit easier for council. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure where we land on that.
It's a really good point. Take it on board. We were almost at that point. We were ready to go to commercial tender, so we could actually do that. Maybe council could give some consideration around a moving target.
Yep. Councillor Crowther.
Actually, Graham, if you maybe stay there, because I've got I suspect the question, I'll let the staff decide, but the question, just to follow up, in terms of the contingency, I don't think it was clear to me what the risk and contingency allowance is, because of course if there's a struggle to get the funding to get the 16 million, then there'll be a bigger struggle to get 17, 18, 19, 20 million if it blew out in cost. So is there a reasonable risk and contingency allowance in that 16?
So there is a contingency allowance. I can't remember exactly what that percentage is. But what we are working with is a fixed price contract, with the only variable component being the geotech side. Okay, so it's a 1.5 contingency in there.
Councillor Couret.
Thank you. In terms of the third contribution, shouldn't the value of the Tatua Reserve be taken into account in terms of council's contribution? And if so, what is the value of the Tatua Reserve?
Well, the building will be leased. What is the value of Tatua Reserve? I don't know off the top of my head the last valuations that we got.
So is the lease at market rent, or is it a commercial, like a community lease?
At the moment, it's proposed to be a community lease.
Okay, so. All right, I think that answers all the questions. So I'm happy to recommend an alternate resolution. If I've got a seconder, I'm happy to talk to that. Yeah, Deputy Mayor will second. So, look, we've heard that we need some certainty, and I'm happy to give certainty. We've committed to 5 million. We're in a very constrained environment, but I'm very happy to go with that commitment. I think in a community project, we've heard is usually a third. We're also giving the Tatua Reserve, as we've heard, at a community lease, so enabling it in another way. This is something that I actually really support at $5 million. I think it's a very good community outcome. If we can get this across the line and deliver it for that. When you go to 8 million, for me, it takes away some of that good value from a community perspective. We still don't know whether this is going to be OPEX or CAPEX and how that treatment is, but all the numbers point that if it goes in a CAPEX perspective, it's going to become very expensive. That would mean that we should be depreciating it, and there is no robust financial information at this stage to be able to make an accurate decision whether that's a good or bad idea. So that's why we're sort of not taking that off the table at the moment, but giving a commitment now as this is where we're at, and hopefully that does allow this to get over the line, because I'd love to see it happen. But to me, the difference between 5 and 8 is the difference in me supporting it or withdrawing my support. So the reasoning being is if we look at it from I get the fact it takes pressure off community courts, but that is also having your own facility is also a significant benefit to Badminton. Those 2 community courts are available, to the community. So effectively we're buying 2 courts. At $4 million a court, I'll go and take that money and I'll go invest in a facility that we control, that we own, and we'll build the arena extension, for example. That we have that's at this stage it's looking at about $5 million a court. So 4 million puts it over the line for me. At 2.5, we can't build a court for that, and it's a good outcome. It's going to be run by Badminton. I think that's a good model. We've supported it with the Mount Pool, and I think it's a very similar model, and it's something that I really encourage the community to come up with these ideas. Come and bring it to us. We will be a supporter, and if we can deliver value for money, that's a really good outcome. As I say, very, very supportive at 5 million, but unfortunately for me, the 8 million tips us over the top with the environment that we're in, and we're having to cut our cloth to suit, and the numbers just don't stack up for me. I'm sorry, at 8. So So that's why I have put this, and I'd like to see later the opportunities around that level of service, around the CapEx, OpEx discussion, and actually look at what is the best way from a ratepayer perspective to do this. But I will flag, if we're going to be a CapEx contribution, we're going to depreciate it. So, that has to be taken into account in the calculations, which unfortunately it wasn't in this case, and the numbers just were not robust enough for me. So that's why we've pushed it out to consider whether that goes CapEx and OpEx. But I want to reaffirm our commitment to that 5 million. Okay. Any other discussion on this? Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
I'm going to support the recommendation. I do want to reiterate what I was just talking about there before. We haven't got a firm contract yet, so I think potentially that's where Badminton can actually get some headway on this, is to really work with their potential contractor to drive the price down. And I think we've done a lot of work over the last 18 months on various projects to look at specification and how you actually deliver for less. So unfortunately, probably Badminton's going to be in the same position. I think they're going to have to try and stretch the money they do have to get the facility that they need here. So, as I say, I'm going to support it, but really it is around that value for money that will get this project over the line.
Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I guess I find this quite a difficult one, because I think that we could risk not delivering what is a really important facility for our city. And when I say we being the make or break potentially in that. And I think we have to be looking at it across all the sports. And I think for me the shame of this is that it'd be good to have firstly a bit more of an idea around the long-term plan and the sports and recreation facilities and how that whole thing will sort of work its way through that plan, which would require another few months before we know that. So at the moment, I will support this. I want to confirm that 5 million. And I think it's good that we're not committing yet to whether it's OpEx or CapEx, because I'm not convinced that an OpEx grant specifically for this is the best. But if it was what the finance team are talking about, to actually have a program in the long-term plan to put in annual amounts into a reserve that can be used for this purpose, that's a very different thing. But I guess for me the concern is to sort of make sure that at the end of the whole, let's say a year from now, when we're looking at getting close to signing off on a long-term plan, that we don't put too much into some facilities. And I would suggest the big one is Memorial Aquatic Centre, but there are others. And you don't want to sort of make it inequitable that you're catering well for, say, swimmers and not for badminton, or for netball and not for badminton, or vice versa. And that's a really tough balancing act, and I think we have to keep working through that.
So Morris.
Thank you. I do echo Councillor Crowther's comments there around equity, and because we haven't had the long-term plan discussion yet, we can run the risk sometimes of running into that inequity in terms of sport and recreation facilities, and it's hard to get the balance right when you don't have the full picture in front of you. I also want to acknowledge Delwyn Cooper, because people who are that committed for that long are few and far between in our community, and that is exceptional. That is exceptional on behalf of your sport and the community as well that strongly benefit from it. So, Delwyn, well done. We've got to this stage. It's not quite far enough yet. In terms of history as well, the Tatoa Reserve was scheduled to be sold. It was on Council's list for disposal, and has a valuation, in as much as we do respect our valuers and former valuers, of about $5 million. That was, at the time that it was, the decision was made not to sell that reserve because it's in an industrial area. The council of the day was concerned about having a home for badminton, but also the Mount Play Centre, which has now found a home off Golf Road. And so those were considerations there. Of course, in any eventuality, council would own the land, so it's not, you know, I don't think we can say it's a grant of 5 million plus 5 million, but I think that we do need to be cognizant of that. That was scheduled to be sold. But let's keep the conversation going, please. You've heard the comments from the Mayor, which are, in my view, very, very accurate. We are under an incredible amount of pressure, budget-wise, and by this decision today, of course, that pressure is transferred to badminton as well. But yeah, let's keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, mine's just really quick. Definitely support sticking to the prior commitments of previous governance, but I think given the current state of our economy and the current state of our inflation, we need to take into account what is the equivalent value of that $5 million of 2 years ago, what is it today? So a small consideration in our thinking around the CPI effect on that 5 million today. So we're actually talking the same actual figure versus purchasing power. I think that might be a good thing to go through all our long-term plan jobs that are still going to be discussed between now and when we sign off the next long-term plan. What's the impact of inflation on those? So we get a very accurate value of, if we committed to a figure 2 years ago, is that still a figure that will achieve the same outcome today? I think that's a good consideration that we need to have around this table, but definitely supportive of the 5 and definitely keen of continuing this conversation once you get your build price.
Councillor Schuller.
Yeah, I'm struggling to support this. I suppose if we just, as a council, we come in, we're new to this job, we're 2 years in, we've just heard this is an 18-year journey so far, which we are potentially killing today. So I just want councillors to think about that broader perspective, that these people have probably been through, what, 4 iterations or 5 iterations of a long-term plan. And I totally agree at the very least. So I'm going to struggle to support. I understand the costs that are sitting here, but these are promises that have been made by us as a council, previous council, and to sit here and say now $5 million is all we can do, I think is very, very, very hard on this community. I do believe that we are putting our network under significant risk of further reducing levels of service. So, Councillor, I would like to, if there was a seconder, I would like to propose that we increase. I think we need to give badminton a bit more life here. I think we've just heard today that if we don't, and I think it's too much to walk away from. So I would, if I had a seconder, I would propose that we increase the 5 to 6 today and make that decision today. And then follow the due process that other councillors have spoken about. Can I have a seconder? I don't think I need to speak to it because I've already just spoken what I feel. So happy to have that put to the vote. And then if that's the case, I'd support the Mayor.
Does anyone wish to talk to the increase from 5 to 6? Yep.
Yeah, briefly as a seconder, Councillor Roseboom's discussion around the inflated dollar figure of that has persuaded me.
Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, I support this definitely. This puts us closer to the cost of the real money today versus its a proportional CPI increase over the 3 years.
Yeah, councillor.
I get a right of rebuttaling myself?
No, you don't, but you can.
I can argue with myself.
You didn't
I'm
really
good
talk
at that.
to it, so I'll allow it.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The other thing, I think by doing this today, I will say one thing, it may bring other people back to the table. There's quite a big difference, 3.5 to 2.5, and I would fully expect the badminton community with this lifeline to go back to work and hopefully by the time we do our due diligence on what way to fund this looks like, we could have a very good confluence in 6 months. Thank you.
Yeah, councillor Correa.
I certainly understand the sentiment, but I struggle to support it, given it's off the hoof and looking at a 20% increase. I think that exceeds inflation if that's the context of the proposed amendment. So I won't support it. There is a process that we're going to go through, and we should consider it in that context.
Okay, any further discussion? No, not in a amendment. So now we're just. Oh, sorry, councillor Schooler.
Thanks, Mayor. I like the sentiment, and I like being able to say, how do we make this happen? As I've supported the seconded the 5 million. My concern is that we've got a number of papers today that have been put on the table and are probably going to increase our rates over and above the 7.5% that we committed to only 1 month ago. And we're saying another million, as Councillor Couric said, without any knowledge of what that does to rates or what the ongoing costs are. So it just, I can't support it just because I haven't got any knowledge of where that funding would come from, and we've got a number of other decisions that I will be, I'm torn between in these times when we are saying we're trying to keep our rates down, and so just $1 million popping up, I wouldn't be able to support today.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether the mover and seconder would be open to changing the wording to subject to the decision on the OPEX versus CAPEX, or however we want to word that, because I have the same concern that the Deputy Mayor does. I also do appreciate it would give a potential lifeline for this and would love to support it, but I think I'd struggle in the same way that I struggled with the whole thing because it's not in the context of the bigger picture. So it's just to give us, not to try to take away the hope we were trying to give them, but just to explain that there are implications and we need to get that from our finance team.
I think the issue I have with that is, do we actually give them any certainty? Because if it's subject to a paper coming back, that's just my, I think this is kind of it's not subject to, because we're saying it is 5 million, and we want to hear back the issues. I guess that gives an opportunity, if that changes your mind significantly, you could always increase it at that point, but I feel, your sort of wording would actually take away any certainty that it might be 6 million, but it may not. Which, so,
I mean, I don't want to belabor it, but is it worth letting it lie for a moment in the meeting until we actually try to understand that context?
Well, I guess I'm comfortable in the fact that, it is going to come back because we've got to discuss how it's funded. I think it's really a call now, do you want to give a certainty of 5 million? Do you want to give a certainty of 6 million? But whatever the number is, that we're committing to that's happening no matter what, and we're just going to decide which way to fund it. I think that's the better view, to have that certainty rather than subject to. So, happy to put the amendment, and the amendment is to confirming a $6 million, to commit to a $6 million contribution rather than a $5 million contribution. And I'll put that to the vote. So all those in favour to increase it to $6 million, please raise your hand. We've got Councillor Morris, Councillor Schuler, Councillor Roseboom, Councillor Taylor, and Councillor Baker, and those against. Split. Sorry. No, it's right. I'm not going to use my casting vote. Then that is drawn, and that fails the amendment. So we'll go back to the substantive. Yep, Councillor Schooler.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, congratulations on still being in the race since 2008. So reiterating Councillor Morris's comments, and I'm hoping we do get you across the finish line with this. I strongly support new facilities in Tauranga. I strongly support this type of model where we've got a club playing a much bigger part than it being a council facility. But acknowledge it's a really tough time for our people, and we are tasked with being very cognizant of what we're spending, and hence my not supporting going up to 6 or to 8. I think we also need to acknowledge the land being leased. That should have been part of the report, I believe. And we are looking across contributions to a number of community amenities and facilities, and having been part of Tauranga Hockey and Mount Surf Club, we certainly didn't go on the model of a third, or a third coming from council. So I'm not sure how often that model is followed, and a third wouldn't put us up to 8. It would just about get us to 6. So I'm not as favourable on that, but very supportive of the facility, and I think it looks amazing from what we've seen. Very supportive of drives and ways that we can influence more people to be active, so I wish you all success, and I hope there is some external funding you can find to be able to get this across the finish line.
Right, is there any other speakers? Okay, I'll just round up. So obviously we've heard some different views around the table. I think majority support this. We had an amendment. The amendment is certainly, I think shows that there is, potentially when we look at the implications, that we are open to considering options, but what we are giving is a very firm commitment that there is $5 million from council, and if Badminton can make it work with that, then the project can continue. And as we look at the robust financial information, if that significantly changes people's minds, then there is a glimmer of hope there with 5 of the councillors supporting that at this stage. You need to turn one, and potentially there's opportunity there. But what we are very much committing to is that $5 million. We want to see this facility. It's well supported around the table. We've also heard, we're having to tighten our belts. We're having to find every saving. We're having to deliver value for money. And if there is a potential opportunity, that might be the way to get this over the line with a little bit of value engineering or changing of a couple of specs, etc. That may be able to get this over the line. So that's where we're at. This will come back around that consideration around how that contribution would be funded, whether it's a OPEX or CAPEX, and the different treatments and the consequences of that. So happy to put this to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Schuler, are you? You're going to vote for? Yeah. So that is carried. Thank you. So it is 11 o'clock. So we will just have a break until 11:15. So you've got 13 minutes break, and we'll come back to talk about the Bay Park implementation and sports program sequencing. So now we're moving on to 11.2. This is on page 22 of the open agenda, and we're talking about the Bay Park implementation and sports program sequencing. So we've got Amanda, Ross and Alison to talk us through this.
So first of all, just want to acknowledge the collaboration of community sport stakeholders, TECT and Bay Venues on this journey so far. As you know, the city needs investment in courts and in aquatics. Bay Park and Memorial Park have the potential to be much needed major hubs for community sport and recreation events and high performance opportunities. We're proposing a programme that, first of all, keeps the momentum through financial year 27 to get these projects at least shovel ready, so to go through those design and consenting processes, and with respect to the Netball Multisport Centre, which is the furthest along, essentially to move forwards to the implementation phase of that project as well. The programme takes advantage of the generous co-investment offer from TECT, reduces the rates impact significantly from what's in the current LTP, potentially retains capacity to move forward still with local projects, Otomoto Pool, improvements to our active reserves network and so forth, is sequenced efficiently to minimise disruption and cost, and ultimately seeks to deliver great outcomes for our current and growing community. We're aware these are big decisions. There's still work to do to refine costs, which is why we're proposing that you make the necessary allocations, first of all through the annual plan 27 to move through those processes. And then with us coming back to you in September with that broader LTP context for a further gateway decision. In the meantime, we think it's really important that you look to give clarity and direction to our partners, stakeholders in the community. I'm happy to take questions.
Have we got any questions? I'm sure we do, so. Yep, Councillor Crowther.
How come I go first? Yeah, thank you. I think you, I've given you a heads up on the question, which is just the table on page 27 was kind of not comparing the apples with the apples. It was comparing the apples with the pears, so to speak, because the contingency is now outside those numbers. And I guess I'm just trying to understand the 27% or 26%, depending on which number you use, increase in cost over 10 months. You know, that's quite a significant increase, and I'm just really struggling to understand what has happened there, whether it is just escalation on materials, whether the design has changed significantly, or what it is.
I'll hand over to Amanda for a detailed response to that, but I think overall, outside of contingency and risk, the difference in the price is minimal, so it's 15.3 to the 15.56, and then the additional on top of that is risk and contingency that we've allowed on top of that, but Amanda can talk to that in some detail. Just through the chair, if I can just clarify, like the 25% contingency was built in before. We've now got a 24.4% contingency, which presumably is based, I presume it's just a rounding issue, that it's not the same precisely to the 0.1% sort of, but if the percentage contingency hasn't changed, what I'm saying is there has been like the core number, the bottom line number was that it was 12.27 million before. When we signed off in July last year, the cost was 12.27, and that included the
whatever it was, the extra bit of roading and stuff that was part of it. So the headline number in the Bay Times, you might remember, was 14 million, 13.97, which was just for the netball facility. The extra 1.37 from memory was for the other accompanying works, and that hasn't really changed. So the core numbers, though, when you take out the risk, take out the contingency, it's gone from 12.27 to 15.56. I'm just wondering, you know, that $3.3 million increase, what is that?
When, I guess, those initial costings were presented, they were quite high level order of magnitude costings. What's happened in the last 12 months is we've gone into a lot more detail and we understand the design a lot more and where some of those costs increases have come from. As an example, we understand better the power supply and demands and what that means for the infrastructure on site around transformers and other infrastructure that's required. We've done additional geotechnical testing on site and we understand the quality of the materials that we need to use and the design that we need for the pavement on site as well. Some of that came back probably higher than we anticipated. So in order to treat that, there's been an element of that cost, for example, on the pavement that's been included in the cost, which is part of that cost increase around the netball courts. The other portion of it we've called out as a risk item because some of that we won't understand until we do additional work or we do the excavation work on site. So what we've tried to do is account for things that we know better now. We know more about the site, we know how it will perform, and we know better. We've had contractors involved now too. We've had 2 ECI contractors working quite closely with us in terms of the pavement designs and the building design as well, and that's helped us understand some of the cost and the risk around the project better as well.
Councillor Taylor.
Just while we're talking about the netball part of the project, a question, and it probably might need someone from BVL to address the room. Just wondering what the competitive nature of netball leasing out part of their building for use and the courts for use. And they talked in their presentation this morning about providing a cafe or canteen. I presume that's similar to a cafe. How does BVL feel about that is probably my question.
I mean, we completely support the netball facility in every way. So there will be some competition between their cafe and ours, but theirs will mainly be used by the netball contingency rather than the rest of the facility. When it comes to an events perspective, I don't think we've really spoken much about that, but we can work through that, I think, because we do much larger events and the facilities will be quite small in comparison to the types of events that we undertake.
Really just looking for confirmation that you've been talking about it at least. So
yeah, we have been talking through, yeah.
Thanks.
Just to talk about specifics, I guess, Permaloo, $350,000 for 4 toilets. Again, just blows my mind that we can pay 90 grand a toilet. Or 80 something grand a toilet. We've been told the netball, building is 4,216 a square. So, is that really a 780 square metre building? Is that okay? That seems. What have they got now?
It's a 400 square metre building at the moment at Blake Park.
That's 400 as in 200 on each level?
Yes, but noting within that there's very limited toilets provision and no accessible space, and they're struggling to do what they need to do in that current building.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, the Permaloos, for example, are they at the court somewhere, are they? Or
at Bay Park. They'll be right next to the building, so it just enables further use for public that are there spectating, as opposed to the players and umpires and people that are using the building. So it's just an additional service alongside that. It was something that we worked really closely with Netball on, and with how they're using the existing facility and the extra toilets that they have that they bring in over their busy times. So it's really the minimum that we think that we can make it work for the numbers of people that they're going to get through there on their busy Saturdays after schools and big events.
But if it's right next door to the building, can we not just include it in the building? Surely that's cheaper.
I'll let Amanda talk to that, but we've done it this way because it's cheaper.
The Permaloo products are just a off-the-shelf prefabricated item that we build. The other advantage to having that separate is it will allow after-hours use when the netball centre or the arena isn't open as well. It's a pretty standard product that we use across all of our parks and reserves. It's incredibly robust. It standardises the maintenance. We recently installed one at another reserve, and the cost for that was a much smaller unit, about half the size. That was about 181,000.
Yeah. Well, I just have you telling me that it costs 80, you can't build a toilet for 80 grand as part of that building. That concerns me. You know, like, you're telling me that you're building it for 4,200 a square metre. Well, let me do the maths. So 100 square metres for the toilets. Is that what it is? But Permaloo. 100 square metres. For four, so is there more than 4 toilets?
There'd be 2 accessible toilets and 2 standard toilets.
Okay.
Yeah, so 4. Yes.
So 25 square metres for a toilet. These are the numbers that, I just can't put them together.
I think with these ones in particular, as Amanda has said, they are off-the-shelf facilities, and that's the bog standard price for them. But I mean, if you do want to see some more detail, we can bring that back. But we do put toilets in reserves and always go for the best price that we can get, and this is the standard.
Well, what I'm saying is, pay me $350,000 and I'll build you 4 toilets, and I'll have a very nice, profit on the back of it as well. So, if this is the thing, if we're trying to do stuff, more for less, add those toilets in, like we have at Alice Johnson Reserve. Those toilets are always available to the public. They can get in the side door and use the toilets. So, let's look at, because, if you build a 10 square metre toilet, that's going to cost me $42,000 at your square metre rate. 10 square metres for a toilet is a very generous toilet, and you're delivering it at half the cost. So, these are the opportunities that we have. We're talking about being tight on budgets. We're talking about taking cost out, yet we're just throwing money away. In the fact that, look, if it's over the other side of the courts, then, there can be some differences. But if it's right next door, all the plumbing, all the electricity, it's all there, and it's just plugging a little toilet block in. We've got to start looking, and that's only a very tiny thing, but that then leads to a massive loss of trust for me. What else can we cut out here? Like, what are we wasting money on? It just does my head in that we're, that we're not, we've got these new systems in place that are supposed to deliver value for money, and as we've heard from Councillor Crowther, we've now gone up $3 million. So something's not, and okay, it was high level cost to more costing, but it's a significant increase in our budgets, and we need to be better, and it just annoys me that we continue to have these conversations. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, just sort of, I guess, following on from the CapEx, I'm assuming because it's not mentioned in the report that the OPEX stays the same to council. So is that because netball, like, are they aware of how much extra they will have to pay because that extra CapEx costs will flow through with depreciation, interest costs, etc.? So has that all been sorted out with netball so they will be happy, sort of, or whatever the right word is, to pay that extra cost?
There hasn't been a discussion or view that any additional cost would be passed on to netball. We've worked through a conversation with them about what we feel is a pretty fair and reasonable cost to netball going forward, and it's significantly more than what other clubs have contributed to facilities in the past. If that was to be the direction from council, then that would be a further discussion with netball, but that definitely hasn't been happening to this at this stage. Also bearing in mind that overall price should come down as we can reduce risk and contingency as we get further through detailed design. And I think it's also important just to note that that $2 million of teach comes down from that as well. So council's contribution is $2 million less than what you're seeing in the report.
Yeah, but I guess the key from my point of view, I mean, I appreciate Tech putting in the capital, which means we'd have less in the way of interest costs, but the depreciation costs are still the same and the other operating costs. So I guess, given what you've just said, like, what is the extra projected OPEX based on this budget? Because that's kind of fundamental to this decision. If we don't know that, I don't know how we can decide.
We've only run that number at a very rough level, and that was in the presentation that we shared with you at the workshop. You know, we've acknowledged that more cost refinement needs to happen here, and at a certain point we need to come back to you with a more accurate whole of life cost based on where those numbers are landing.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Schuller.
Yeah, it's probably a similar thing. Thanks for this, guys. Fair bit of input gone on, and we've had a few discussions on this. I suppose just with delivering a project like this, which is really a real sort of delivery sequencing, if you look across that whole board, some of the questions that have been, I suppose, posed to you already, across that whole program, you know, when we're looking at that critical path dependencies, how do you see the impact that on sort of cost and timelines? Are we happy that we've catered for that through this?
Could you just please rephrase that
I suppose
question?
it's a big multi-project component there at Bay Wave, and the sequence we have to do, and just obviously the time, and if we have costs, are we satisfied with where we've got to, you know, around costs and timelines of delivering this project in terms of what we're sitting in front of us?
With the information and what we know now, yes, it will be a little bit of a movement as we go and understand more, but we're confident that there's money in that program to make everything work, and as we refine, we'll be able to reduce it further. There will be some more detailed scheduling once we know that this is confirmed and how it rolls out. Part of doing it as a program offers those efficiencies of being able to use contractors on the side and moving around, so we'll absolutely be looking at how we can refine that to be as efficient as possible.
Yep, Councillor Roseburn.
Thanks, Mayor. This is probably for Amanda. You've done some bit of survey work. You mentioned a transformer. I'm presuming that's to allow sufficient increase in power to the site, and I'm presuming you're putting a bit of a future-proof focus on that, so that's for the netball, for the potential arena extension, and for the lighting for the pits, for the Bay Park, for the Speedway, and also for the bus interchange for lighting there also. So that increase, that cost will be split amongst all the users, so netball will have a proportion of that cost. Wherever the transfer is, they only pay for the bit that they use.
Yes, so that power, for example, if we're talking about power, that's part of the, I guess, the site-wide infrastructure improvement costs that need to occur to unlock the site for future development. Yeah.
So when you get to the end, how much extra capacity will be left once the current design, if it is achieved?
It's a very good question. I would have to come back to you on that one with the specifics.
Because today's today and next week is next week and things can change.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Mahe. Thank you for the report. Just a question, and I was educated yesterday by someone who is here today on the fact that the memorial pool was a living memorial for World War II soldiers. I wasn't aware of that. Sorry, historians. It's not noted in the report. It's not in the significance, which I would have thought it was. Can I ask if that's had anything that's been raised that's known, if we were just going to demolish it and not replace it? Where has that been part of the discussions?
Very recently it has been, and we're confident that absolutely there is something that we can do. There'd be some quite cool ideas that we can work with appropriate stakeholders on how we can transfer that into the new facility and show that memorial in a way going forward.
So just, I would like to foreshadow an amendment to D or E in that respect, please.
Is there any other questions? Yep, Councillor Morris.
I've got one brewing. Just while I'm interrogating Gemini on the July agenda and today's agenda, just trying to reconcile the two. So the numbers in the July agenda included contingency. The 19 million in today's agenda is including contingency. With the TECT grant, which wasn't included in the July agenda, is council essentially funding more or less than what was in the papers in July? Because we approved, what was it, 15.34 million in July, and that was just council funded with 25% contingency. So what's the difference if we're doing a like for like there? And if it's any consolation, Gemini says I seem to be encountering an error, so it can't understand me either.
So if I'm interpreting what you said correctly, and I think it reflects my understanding as well, you agreed a 15.3 and a bit, plus TECT would take it to 17.3. The numbers that we've come to today are 19.5, albeit that there's $3.8 million of contingency in that budget. So the delta between the 19 and the 17 is about 2, of which, as we say, that there's a 3.8 contingency there, which we hope and expect to come down.
So the ask, the additional ask of council for funding is another 2-ish.
Effectively, yes.
So I guess just going back to these questions, where are we at? We're talking about this 15.6 million construction cost. So how confident are we in that cost, and how much value engineering or alternatives have we looked at to reduce that?
As I said previously, we've had contractors involved as part of the ECI pricing to test some of the assumptions. We've been through a number of value engineering items and tested things that were based on assumptions. So an example is the court lights as part of the initial design. They were designed to probably a higher specification that was required under the Netball New Zealand standards. So we've worked with Netball and looked at those lux levels and reduced what we can in terms of that lighting. We've worked through with Netball and rationalised some of the fencing and the setup of the courts. We've rationalised some of the pavement areas as well. We've looked at alternatives in terms of the surfacing on the courts, and we've also looked at options around some of our construction methodology. So one of the significant costs that you would have seen in the risk table is the disposal of some of our fill material in terms of cut to waste. There's an opportunity there for us to dispose of that on potentially council land that's adjacent to the site. There's a limited window in terms of the opportunity to pick up that particular option, for example. It's about 7,500 cubic metres of material that will need to be disposed of. That will come at a lower cost if we can take that opportunity. If not, that then becomes a potential risk item. So we've tested, like I said, a number of things in terms of methodology, site setup, and delivered some of those savings back through that pricing.
And so we're doing, significant other works around car parks and stuff, which obviously is all paving. So is there cost savings there if we kind of schedule them?
Absolutely. That would be there's always, if you can get better production on site, that will always offer cost benefits. Again, that's around programming and sequencing and having, I guess, that confidence in the Forward Works program on site.
Okay. Then my next question is, can we go back and have another look at these costs and try to, I've identified one, but, I don't have a lot of confidence anymore in those numbers, because we'll do the toilet that we always do, rather than actually looking at the cost and saying, if we build a 10 square metre toilet, it shouldn't cost $83,000.
We absolutely hear your challenge, and I think we are always striving to do it as well as we can for the best value of money. So, yes, we can make a commitment to go and look where we can. I think it is fair to say that it's reasonably limited, but we will absolutely push the barrow as far as we can to try and reduce that cost.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'd argue against that, but, we've just told Badminton to go and redesign to fit within an envelope. And we should be comfortable to doing the same, except we've gone the other way and we've blown it out by 20%. So just again, we talk about it, but what we actually see in the action is not backing up what we're trying to do. And that's one that is a limited example, I agree, but it's one that is just hits you in the face that and then there's a justification rather than saying, actually, let's go and, like you can build a house for $350,000. And we're talking about 4 toilets, and a house would have 2 toilets, and it'd have a kitchen, and it would have bedrooms, and, it would have a whole lot of stuff in it. We're just building a concrete block that you'd have a couple of toilets in it. So, it's just, I'm very uncomfortable, and I don't support putting these numbers because that to me says we're committing to allowing these numbers, and it's a good project if they can get under these numbers. So while I want to commit to this today, my personal view is I'm not happy to commit to the numbers, that we're allocating 19.4 million and 15.6 million, because I'm not comfortable that that's the right number. My personal view. Councillor Correct.
Thank you. In terms of you referred to the early contractor involvement process. What parties are involved with that process? Are they, the main contractor? Does it also include some of the subcontractors in terms of the depth of knowledge, coming down into that, environment? Because sometimes the main contractor has got limited knowledge of some of those subcontracting aspects.
We've been working with a specialised pavement contractor, who is a main contractor, but they specialise in pavement construction and design, and we've been working with a building contractor as well.
So you are, fairly comfortable, Amanda, in terms of, the desire of those contractors to really nail down the best price for the product that's on spec, but also considering other options in terms of product delivery to provide that value. You're totally confident that you're achieving that.
The contractors have worked really proactively with us in terms of working through the design and the various options. With regards to the toilets at the moment and that 350,000, that's just an allocation for that at the moment. We haven't defined, that's based on what we know around that Pumelu product. There's an element of storage that will be part of that as well for the netball facility as well. So I think there's more work to do on the design. We're only at developed design at the moment. We still have a detailed design process to go to where we can test some of those, further test some of those assumptions and those design assumptions. But the contractors been working with have been really proactive in helping us understand particularly some of the challenges with the geotech and the pavement design on site and how we can realise that. For example, one of the things we're looking at is recycling and using the existing in situ concrete roads that are there as part of our subgrade for our pavement, so we're not having to import virgin aggregate to be able to do that work. So that's just some of the things that we've been talking about as part of our construction meetings with the contractors.
Tēnā koutou, thank you for your report. Just wanting to dive in a little bit too on the numbers around the landscaping. Do we have a kind of indicative cost of what we're allocating to that? Because it's kind of just attached to the road.
There's a provisional sum at the moment of about 65,000 just for general amenity landscaping. There's also rain gardens currently in the specification, which are part of the stormwater.
And are those I'm only going off what I can see from the what do you call them? What are these called? Plans. The plans, sorry, the plans. Are those trees, just like, I know it's a real detailed question, but it'd be good if they're trees that also provide shade, like really good shade and not just kind of aesthetically pleasing. So are we factoring kind of those dual benefits to some of this? Cool.
Right. So thank you to staff for answering all those questions. We've got a couple of suggested recommendations, so if we just put them up. The Deputy Mayor's suggested an F. And then we've just got a recommendation to replace B from Councillor Morris. Oh, okay. So the additions are F, which notes that the demolition of the existing memorial pole will be subject to acknowledgement that the detailed design of the new Memorial Park Aquatic Centre will include a clear and meaningful connection to replace the existing living memorial to soldiers in World War I and the existing Memorial Park pool, with a report on that included in September 2026. And then Councillor Morris had a suggestion for B, which has agreed to proceed to the consenting into construction of the netball multiple centre at Bay Park and to adjust the total capex allocation up to 17.34, consisting of 15.6 million construction costs, including the central road and landscaping, and 1.74 of risk and contingency, with text commitment contribution, reducing these costs to 15.34 million. Give my personal view, I don't really want to commit to any costs because I don't trust that we're at the right cost. However, happy to take the if we've got a mover and seconder of those recommendations. Yep.
Can I just, I'm with you, and please don't put this in the newspaper, because last time we talked about public toilet costs, I was quoted and I had lots of people coming and saying a public toilet costs 60,000 per cubicle, and we had quite a lot of discussion on it, and 18 months later it's the same discussion. So I'm with the Mayor on those comments. I acknowledge the conversation we're having, and I think it's really, really relevant, but I really want this to go ahead, and I'm debating with myself whether it's okay to say whether that's an allocation. Do we need to specify the amount of risk and contingency, or do we just say that that's the limit, and they can decide how much risk and contingency, but including rather than specifying that? Because if the 15.6 can go down, that's what the Mayor is, and I'm supporting him to do. So I just wonder if we, by being more specific, we are limiting where we're making the savings.
A suggestion would be effectively agrees to proceed to the consenting and construction of the netball multi-sport court centre at Bay Park, with staff to report back on a refined budget.
Yeah, which must not exceed 15.34. Including risk and contingency. Sorry, how much? 15.34 million, if the Mayor's happy, including risk and contingency.
I think, yeah, to me it's probably just a refined budget, I think, because, I just want to be certain that we've got, that we do have all those costs and they have been, robustly looked at, and we're not just throwing money away.
I just thought if we added that number, then it references back to where a number of us are thinking around the table today.
Yeah. Well, I'm not against it. It's just, I guess I'm just not confident. We put it in a resolution and it sort of makes it, it kind of commits us. So that's, yeah. But, I'm, as Jen said, I'm happy to commit to doing it. That's what I want. I want to commit to these projects. It's just, we keep throwing money away. Yeah, Councillor.
Can I add a clarification question?
Sorry.
Apologies to interject, but could I have a clarification question for staff? At 15.34 million, we would likely need to reduce the scope of what is being built. We have worked with contractors to get an early indication of costing for the current scope, and there is probably some room in that, but not a huge amount. Could I please get guidance from council how we feel about scope changes relative to the absolute number of costs, please?
Councillor Crowther.
I would suggest that we're in danger of this being a bit of a cluster, that we're conflating a whole lot of different issues, and scope is definitely one, and thank you, Renika, for bringing that up. Because last year it was mentioned and indicated that TECT may put funding into something like this. So that's one thing. So we've sort of got a potential amendment which talks about that, but it doesn't address the fundamental issue, which is the OPEX. So we haven't found out those OPEX implications, which is quite unusual for a council report. From my experience, we normally know what we're committing our ratepayers to. And also it's in the context that last year there were very strong statements made by you, Mayor Drysdale, and by some others in the chamber that were saying this was sort of like an upper limit. There was a lot of, I would say, almost tension in that meeting. I don't mean personally, I mean around the tension between can we deliver something realistically for that 14 million. I wasn't so confident we could, but I certainly heard what happened in that meeting, and I have a very strong recollection and have gone back and listened to some of it, and we were really strong on that, instead of saying that was what staff had to deliver. It seems like we've gone with, and I understand I'm not asking the staff to do the impossible, but we've sort of gone around and then we have this quite blunt resolution, and it all seems to be driven, from what I can see, by trying to give TEC some certainty in terms of what we are and what we're not progressing. But we've got a long-term plan process, and normally that's what would determine all these things if we haven't got the clarity around it. So I'm happy to meet. I'm not saying slow it down. I'm not saying, I'd be quite happy next week to come back in to an emergency meeting if it only took a few days to get that information, or we could let it lie on the table, whatever. But to me, we're sort of in danger of going one way or the other, and we might force a scope change that we don't want. We might have extra OPEX that we're not aware of, because that resolution from Councillor Morris, while appreciated, doesn't address that issue. And it also means that we have this bigger picture context, that we've got a number of different elements in here. And so I would caution us not to do silly things.
All right, Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, to Councillor Morris, support the intent, but I think we're opening up ourselves to a reduced job. Although I didn't originally support the netball court, we collectively agreed to do it, so I suggest we try and achieve the best outcome for netball that we can, and we let our staff get on and design it. I think our intent has been clearly heard, and let them come back with their finished design approach and the cost of it once they know what's actually in the ground. And to the Deputy Mayor's amendment, I'd like to change that to include veterans of all wars that New Zealand has partaken in, not just one or two wars, because at the time that these pools were built, 1955, we had troops in Korea, later in Vietnam, Malaysia. We have committed a lot of troops overseas, and I would prefer that we remember and commemorate the efforts of all young New Zealanders who have served overseas in all actions.
Very much. Well, I very much support that amendment to my amendment.
Okay, so let's just try. If we just take out the number, so on a refined budget.
Do you want CapEx and OPEX?
Including capital and operating costs. Budget, after the word budget, including capital and operational costs before proceeding to award contract or something like that. Basically, it's a gateway. Yeah. Contract for construction. Yeah.
We're almost in debate. We're not there yet, which is kind of good. So I'd appreciate an officer view on this, in the spirit of what have you heard from this workshop. Should this resolution be passed, what have the executive heard regarding that? Just so that we're nice and tight when we come back, because I know we've been asked for a decision today, and that decision had numbers and it was giving certainty. The numbers are now not there. So what has the team heard? Maybe the will of the council, subject to it passing.
Reniko, what have you heard?
Nice move.
could see the hand going like that, so.
I have heard a very clear challenge on value for money that we need to balance with a desire for this to move forward. That for me means that scope changes, which would send us back to the drawing board, are not desired by this council, and we need to work really closely with our within our detailed design and tendering process to make sure we squeeze value out of that. On a separate note, I have heard that no matter what actions and resolutions are taken, we need to deep dive at some point what public toilets actually cost around the country in detail. Does that summarize the intent of council?
Yes, it does, but it's not just limited to public toilets. That was one example, and that just, I guess, destroyed all the trust I had in any numbers that were presented in this paper. So that's where I came from.
This one. Which will not exceed, aren't we?
But just overall, we want this to proceed and we want it to be built. That's the key thing. We just need to continue that tension. All right, so now we have some changes. Have I got a mover and seconder to the new resolution?
It currently has the, over the same period, FY27, that netball, multisport and arena expansion projects. Like, I'm just thinking that is presumably subject to what happens in the point above.
In the what?
Like, in other words, if it's delayed because of anything untoward like scope changes, which we don't want, that doesn't bind us, does it, to sort of saying we've already...
No, I think we're confirming. My intention
I don't mean
here
to the time frame I'm talking about, because we don't know what, like, that's the whole problem. We don't know what the OPEX is, so we don't know what the implications and all that.
Well, I'm quite comfortable committing to it and the time frame that is listed in here. You know, it's around certainty of investment and certainty of when things are going to get spent. It's just, you know, go and have another look to ensure we're delivering absolute value for money. Yeah, Councillor Baker.
Yeah, just a question for clarity. So, since we've removed the numbers from B, does that have an impact on all the subsequent numbers? And do we need to remove those?
No.
No. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Out of 10, how sure are you?
10 out of 10. I've gone through every one. But what I would say is the numbers in this report are not given, and we're not accepting that. You know, for example, the Memorial Aquatic Centre is costing 99 million. It's a challenge across all those projects that we want to deliver them for value for money. So, you know, these are indicative numbers that have been given to us, but that's not that these are the final numbers, and we're accepting those final numbers.
Do you want to add that as a H? Or what are we, G?
I think I'm quite comfortable that that's a...
Well, except that we said it 18 months ago and we have got the same issue now.
Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Just the other question is, given the earlier item on badminton, and, you know, I'm just trying to understand, seek some clarity around the proposed wording there with deferring the 1.94 million and agreeing to carry forward 0.5 of CapEx. Like, does that need to be reworded to match the earlier resolution?
No.
Because I guess the point I'm making is we haven't decided not to CapEx fund it. So if we're committing now to freeing up other capital, shouldn't that be left a bit open?
No, because what you're doing is you're carrying it forward further so that it frees up for this next year, because it's not going to be required.
Am I not reading it? I thought it was saying that it would carry it forward definitely to outside of FY27. I'm not saying that that could happen, but do we know that badminton cannot require any capital expenditure in FY27?
Well, we're just saying that the 1.9 gets carried forward a year.
To FY28, yeah.
And then there's 3.1 sitting in FY28.
Yeah. So we're 100% certain that no matter what we resolve on badminton, that there's no way that they will need any capex of any kind in FY27.
Well, there's 1.9 million getting carried forward to FY27.
I mean,
Can
no,
we
that's being carried
clarify?
forward to 28.
Can we clarify that? We had the carryover that we are proposing to put in FY28 to free up capital envelope in FY27 to allow for all the TACT-funded and strategic priorities to keep going. That is effectively the ask. This resolution says what we will defer, bring forward and change to allow for that to happen. Does that help?
Oh, okay, so yeah. So it's going to 28, yeah.
Can I just say, if badminton can proceed earlier, it would just a matter of us coming back to council and getting endorsement to support and or bring that forward. And yeah, with a capital program of our size, it wouldn't have much impact at all on any rates.
All right, so we've got sorry.
Sorry, our wording that is in F is not quite correct because the existing pool isn't to all. So I've just sent just a change. So I've just suggested that we say whatever Caroline has got there, just after include. Clear and meaningful connection to the living memorial and the existing memorial pool, extending that memorial to include veterans of all wars. The wording wasn't quite right.
Right. Have I now got a mover and seconder of this?
I'm happy to move.
Okay, Deputy Mayor will move. Councillor Roseburn will second. Any discussion?
Thank you, Mayor. I think there's been hopefully some learnings from the number of times this is coming to council. I commend the relationships that are happening with our staff and our communities in terms of trying to make these things happen. We do want things to happen, but we have to have that value for money lens across them. I think in terms of the looking forward, I think it's very sensible that we are promoting this for the next number of years to ensure a commitment to this and a commitment to making things happen. I think acknowledging as well that external funders need that commitment from us. I think it's, just acknowledging that we can't put those numbers in place because they weren't clear enough and value for money enough for us is something that we obviously having to repeat, and we will keep repeating until we see a change of that. But in terms of going forward, I support the investment into community facilities across Tauranga. We want to be an active, vibrant city, and I think that this enables us to do that. I acknowledge the education I had on the living memorial at Memorial Park, and I hope this at least goes some way towards the people that's really important to. And I hope that we do support this as a council.
Anyone else want to talk to it. Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thank you. Support this. Yeah, it's a complex bit of work that council's undertaking, and I think the approach they brought to us is good. Integrated program and sequencing to get the best out of that facility. We've obviously been through the early decision-making process around netball, so understand there are some concerns around cost escalation, which we need to, I think we've addressed that well today. And also importantly, this enables early stage investment, unlocking, partner funding, some significant support from other areas in the community from tech. So, yeah, happy to support.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm very supportive of this, and it just frustrates me that I have to show my frustration because things aren't quite right, because this is a very good news story for Tauranga. And, thank you to our external funding offers, and, particularly TECT is in a position to change the face of facilities in our region, and by having a partnership approach where we look at it as a funding envelope, and we look at certainty, what those external funders have allowed us to do is deliver all these facilities within a sort of 5-year time frame, which, if left to ourselves, we would be really looking and saying, well, actually, we're going to have to do that, but we can't do that. So, what that external funding does, and it is significant, is one, it reduces the cost to our ratepayer, but two, it enables us to get all these projects done, and that delivers services for our people. And through this, we're going to go a significant way of catching up on a number of the levels of service, which is closing that infrastructure deficit that we continually talk about. And that's been driven by the lack of investment in these sort of facilities over a long period of time with a very fast growing city. So what this does in a number of facilities like aquatics, like courts, is it not only catches us up, it actually puts us ahead in our level of service, sort of conversations, closing that infrastructure deficit, and we couldn't do this alone. We're needing that external funding, and the likes of TECT are our enablers that enable us to be able to do something like this. So it's great to have a bit of certainty. We can tell Netball that their facility is getting built. That it's going to be funded in 27, 28 to get that investment, and it shows that Memorial Aquatics is, we are demolishing the old pool, which is a living memorial, but we're replacing it with a significantly better facility, for our community. So, there's a lot of good things in this report, and very happy to support it. Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Insofar as people have ears to hear, I think that it's critical that we sooner rather than later in the LTP process come up with a legal and defensible, both morally and legally, opinion around how we treat the OPEX and depreciation of assets where we have co-funding, particularly from an enduring trust like TECT, particularly from an enduring trust like Bay Trust, particularly in the future, longer term down the track from enduring trusts like Acorn once they build up their capital further. And I will leave it at that.
Councillor Correct.
I think we'll be all aware on this council table that Councillor Morris has referenced to exactly that, the depreciation, funding of depreciation around, appreciation. Funds that are granted to this community. So I look forward to, some cost savings in terms of going down that track. But in terms of what we've got here ahead of us, and the Mayor has referenced the growing community, and the community is experiencing growth pains. And that pain is transferred to us in terms of having to fund these projects, and particularly in terms of the current environment around affordability. I used that term, Councillor Schuler. He said, I bet you'll use an affordability term today. But, you know, That's right. And we need to keep that tension on with the growing pain. We feel that pain, and it's expressed by the Mayor in terms of providing value for money, and that's, you know, that's music to my ears too. And in terms of a reference of a comment by our CFO, you know, relentless pursuit, and that's what I'm hearing here as well in this chamber. And I'm just so happy to hear we're not giving up. We want to deliver value for money for the community and the assets that this community deserves and actually needs.
Councillor Crowther and then Councillor Baker.
Thank you. I was just going to say, unless there's a dissenting view, I'm happy to take it to a vote.
Yep, Councillor Crowther.
Not dissenting, but I would like to. I would like. Oh, yeah. I would like you to put B separately. So I actually support the netball centre there, and I support the direction of this, and I think the staff have done a great job in pulling together what is a much more sort of coherent strategy there, and TECT obviously that critical chunk of money for the arena expansion. I think that's something that does offer good value for this city and enables some revenue generation as well, which is something that we don't normally get from sports and recreation facilities. So I think there's a lot to like about this. My only concern, the reason why I will not vote in favour of B is just that I just have an approach that says I would like to see the implications, because I've been bitten once before around this where I've voted for something on a spec buy, and I'd rather sort of get the full information. And I think you know, to me, to not actually know what we're talking about for OPEX, but saying we're committing to something for consenting and construction is just not good practice in my view. And I think, you know, particularly in the context of what's happened, and that is a very significant cost player. And I personally think, I'm still stick by what I said here last July, which is I think we are being unrealistic in some of our numbers, and we're trying to actually drive down the cost of projects. We're trying to squeeze out and say there's no contingencies and risks and all this sort of stuff. And it will come back to bite us if we're not careful, because I would prefer just to do the best we can do, but make it as realistic as we can, and put more time into the planning, more time into working through, get the numbers solid, and then just deliver it without any kind of issues from governance getting in the way. And I still don't think we're doing that. I think we need to put more focus on setting up things in the right way, and I guess you know, the consequences will impact ratepayers through that whole capital program, because we can say this won't affect ratepayers because we'll cut some costs elsewhere, but we're cutting potentially, you know, people who want to play badminton, the fastest growing sport in secondary schools, and they might not have a facility. But meanwhile, we're being a bit cavalier in my view on how we're approaching this.
Right, no more discussion. If there's no more discussion, happy to put it to the vote. We'll take B separately first. So all those in favour of B, aye. Those against? Councillor Baker, you're not? Okay. You abstain? Okay. Councillor Baker against, and Councillor Crowther has abstained. Now we'll take all the rest of that resolution. So I think it's A to J, is it? A to J, without B. All those in favour? Those against? Okay, that is carried. Thank you. Right, we'll carry on and we'll do 11.3, Private Plan Change 40, Mount Maunganui Golf Club Incorporated, recommendation on private plan change request. And I think, yes.
Just for clarity, because it was quite confusing,
So it's been agreed that our project will go ahead.
Yep.
In terms of scope and in terms of, we know that you want the revision of the cost to be revised. However, does that mean that we're looking at what we've already designed and the scope that we've already looked at? No?
The challenge is to build the same for less. That's
The same for less, great.
the change.
Thank you. Hey,
That's
just want to thank you,
that's the challenge.
Mr Mayor, and the councillors and the staff for all your work. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think, is it Brent Musk? Oh, we've got Andy. Yep. And Janine. Welcome.
Good morning. Janine, you might just want to turn that off. It's just on. Yeah. So Brent Musk is leading the private plan change request from TCC, Brent's planner and Janine's team. So today is not about considering the merits of the private plan change request proposal. It's just about making a decision to enable it to go through the plan change process. And the first step, of course, is seeking the views of the community on that. So I'll just leave it there and let Brent speak to it.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, so just what Andy said, this relates to a private plan change request from Mount Maunganui Golf Club to rezone some of their land from passive open space to medium density residential. As Andy touched on, this is just the start of the process. It's not to say there's going to be development approved today. This is a private plan change, so that means all costs can be recovered and charged back to the applicant. Staff have assessed the application and we've assessed it as having sufficient information. Not making a call on any of the assessments or anything like that. We're just saying it's got sufficient information. And we've also got members from the golf club here to take any questions that might be better place for them. And I'll open it for questions. Thanks.
Any questions? Councillor Rolleston.
Thank you. I refer to paragraph 36, Te Ao Māori approach. I guess it's a question. There's Ngāi Te Rangi have given a letter of support. I don't see that explicitly from the hapu, Ngāi Tūkairangi. I guess my question is, it looks like, if I'm probably describing it, it's work in progress from what I've seen and probably my feelers out in the hapu community. And I guess I'm not going to say how it all should happen, but this seems to me more important to the hapu than to the iwi. So that in mind, will that be considered in the next stage through those discussions? Is that right? I'm not saying it needs to be better, obviously, and I do understand that perhaps one of the key individuals in the hapu may now not be with us, and so there may be more to do. Would that, I guess what I'm saying is, to let things progress, would that be picked up in the next stage through the proposal?
Yes, so that's correct. That's a kind of a fair assessment. So the next stage after today, if the plan change were to be accepted, we send it out to all our iwi authorities for consultation notification. Pre-notification is what we call it. So there'd be an extra chance for consultation at that stage. And then there's the submissions process, further submissions, which also they can have any views considered as part of that process. Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah. So obviously the advice is around the pedestrian access, that this is not the time to bring that up. But I'm keen on putting an addition to that we want to continue to have those discussions with the Mount Maunganui Golf Club. So, in something like this, at what point does that, become an option that we can work with them to discuss that?
So the way that things work at the moment, the way that the 13th hole plays at the moment is that there'd be too much health and safety concerns if the access were to be provided now. So if the access is, or when it is to be provided, firstly the trees need to come down that are there providing that shelter belt. And then, the houses would need to be built, and it would be only at that stage that the course can be reconfigured. And then at that time would be the most appropriate time to discuss the access. But we've had ongoing discussions with both the primary, the intermediate school, and Mount Maunganui Golf Club, and they're more than happy to continue discussions going through this process.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Morris.
How do we sandbox our regulatory sort of decision here as a regulator from our strong desire as a council with the regulator hat off to advocate for access? So how do we manage that? Is it a different team? Is it places or spaces? How do we navigate that? Because I sense there's a strong desire around the table, as the Mayor and Deputy Mayor have referred to. So how do we navigate that?
Through the chair, it's appropriate to keep these conversations separate. So the private plan change will be, if accepted, progressed under the Resource Management Act, and we will follow that process. And there will be separate discussions ongoing. As Brent said, those have already started and been positive from all sides in terms of finding a solution to provide that access. So from a staff perspective, we would keep those two processes quite separate.
So from a technical perspective, is it appropriate to express the council's view in a resolution amended to the recommended resolutions in this paper about access, or is that not the appropriate place to do that? I'm just seeking to thread the eye of a needle here on this one, without being too fastidious. Yeah.
Through the chair, there could be an additional resolution. My recommendation would be that that resolution is around those ongoing discussions, and that council will be part of those ongoing discussions on access between the golf club and the intermediate. But that would be my staff recommendation.
So here's a question for you. Continue discussions with Mount Maunganui Golf Club regarding allowing public walking and cycling access from Fairway Avenue to Mount Maunganui Intermediate School. Would that be appropriate?
I think if we just note that would be separate to the RMA process.
Yeah. Well, it's just basically giving a direction that we want those discussions.
Could we say separate to the RMA process? Continue discussions with Mount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would include the golf club and the intermediate school.
Okay.
All three parties.
So Mount Maunganui Golf Club and Mount Intermediate School. Separate to the RMA process. Continued discussions with Mount Maunganui Golf Club and Mount Intermediate. All right, if there's no more questions, oh yeah, sorry.
Just one question from me. I understand some of the questions that we're asking, but I suppose the question to staff, the other option is we just maintain a nice neutral vanilla position and see what happens in hearings. I think, is that another option? Which I'm assuming that's what's assumed at the moment. I'm just not sure why we're adding this.
Through the chair, I think that's the point of that that recommendation, that makes it clear that it's separate to the Resource Management Act, the plan change process. So as long as that resolution says that, but yeah, it's making it clear that they're two separate conversations. There's the accepting of the private plan change, but then there's also the ongoing discussions that council will have, and I recommend at the moment it's primarily through our transport team because it's all around safety and appropriateness, of that pedestrian access.
If I could just add to that, I think what Janine is also saying is that the resolution to the issue might not be through the outcome of the private plan change. It is likely to be a separate resolution through separate discussions, so not through the hearing and decisions.
I think it's just not really, to me, it's about a note in a lot of the report. And the discussion with residents, there's a lot of discussion about not allowing it, and it's just really saying that that is something that council want to do, being completely upfront, that it is something that we want to continue to consider.
I just suppose then, just hearing Councillor Morris before, sort of maybe thinking he'd heard something around the table about what our views might be, I just don't think they should be part of this public record, to be honest, at the moment.
All right, so we'll have, if we just put up the recommended resolution. Let's check with Andy or Janine whether they think that.
Through the chair, I'd just maybe want to consider making explicit that it's through the RMA plan change process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Plan change.
Thanks.
Okay. I got a mover and seconder for this. Yep, Councillor Taylor. Seconder, Councillor Rolleston. Any discussion? Right, I think, again, this is enabling housing. It's the Mount Golf Club obviously got some aspirations to redevelop, and this is one of the ways that they feel can enable them to do that by carving off a bit of land and helping pay for the redevelopment. So, it certainly talks to one of our priorities, which is enabling housing. And I think is a positive, again, for both the members and for the golf club that this is one way that will help them achieve that and deliver more houses to the region. So very happy to support. So all those in favour? Those against? That is carried. All right, we might take one more. 11.4, Papakainga. Come on. Well, if you want lunch, we'll get through it quickly. Pages, 208, and then just note there is a publicly excluded attachments as well.
Yeah, I've let her know. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we've just got to wait for Kieran.
Do people need further clarification, or we're happy to? Right, I think we can go without the presentation.
So perhaps if I speak predominantly to the resolutions of what you've been recommended, and then I'm happy to take questions. Kieran, I think, is on her way.
Did you have some alternative resolutions? Is that right?
No, but I just, yes, there was a question for some simplified resolutions, and I've sent those through to elected members.
Maybe if we could just bring those up if that's... I don't think I've seen those. I don't seem to... Yeah, sorry.
Yep. So, through the annual plan, you established or you approved a fund, 200,000 a year for 2 years to be a Papakainga fund. What this report does is seeks to establish the eligibility criteria for that fund and the process for that distributing the fund. So these resolutions, resolutions B1 outline the key elements of the eligibility, and B2 provides the allocation process. We've developed it as a staff working under the direction of the eligibility criteria. You may want to give consideration as to whether you would like to have an elected member involved or in that process. We didn't get any direction from you at the workshop, so we've just put that there as a bit of a straw man, but obviously absolutely up to you how you might want to do that. Also, when we had the workshop and we talked about that level of funding of 200,000 and what the need was, and the fact that the development contributions Papakainga Fund wasn't being called on because many, particularly the larger ones, weren't able to get to that stage. They weren't able to apply for the development contributions funding because they actually couldn't get to that stage, and it was the step before that they were having difficulty getting across the line. So we discussed the option of reallocating some of the currently allocated funding from the DC grant to being increasing the Papakainga Fund so that there was more money earlier. And to achieve that, we're also suggesting, rather than having 100% of DCs funded, that it reduces to 50 to 75%, which is sort of a bit more in line with what we would generally do, is that it would be a contribution to rather than full covering. But each of these resolutions, you could take them separately, dealing with the criteria for the fund, the process for the fund, and whether you wanted to allocate more money into that fund by diverting some of the development contributions funding that isn't being picked up and applied. So that's pretty much the summary.
Cool. Is there any questions around this? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. So just on point 5 on page 211, where we've got the stages of delivery, we know we've been slow, but we know we've had some successes. I guess in that I haven't read that we are happy to learn from the successes, a model that works. When do we do that? This is something that we can copy and use again, rinse and repeat sort of style that you use in marketing. So a question on when does that come into our process?
Kia ora tātou and aroha mai mua taki tūreititangi tanga. So if I understand the question you're looking at, so where for the Papakainga that have been done, like Mangatawa, what Ngā Pōtiki have done out at Manoa and Ngāti Kahu, what have been the success stories of those and how have we learned from those? So my understanding is that through the Papakainga workshops, those trusts have shared that amongst themselves with the trusts that are coming through The landscape changes all the time though with what government offers and what we offer. So it's probably a different playing field to what those ones went through at that time to what we're dealing with today. Does that make sense? But we share, they do share that information, and I can pull that together for you to see what happened back then. Some of those papakoinga were built a number of years ago.
And thank you, and we did know from the workshop they were built, but it just, to me, we didn't seem to be thinking, well, why wouldn't we just copy what's worked before and not have to go through the detailed design costs that seem to happen. So, okay, that's...
So I think where they are generic, where they can be like house designs and things like that, they do share them, but a lot of these costs are site-specific elements that need to be addressed through the resource consent process. So like geotech and other things need to be site-specific to get through that process. So they share where they can.
Can I have a couple more questions? Yep. Thank you. So again, and so this is two questions in one, but we've got on page 212, there's 800,000 for professional services, and that when we did the workshop, that appeared to be what was blocking that. I think we had 14,000 per dwelling in plan. That was initial design fees and consultation, and it appeared to be that was a blockage that wasn't happening. But my question was, are we having to have those professional services every time? Christine, you've answered that, yes, you're looking at efficiencies, but it appeared to be a big number that was holding things up. And are we actually saying, have we got our process right that is requiring these professional fees to come, rather than, yes, we'll look at efficiencies on how are we looking at the process around that? And we've heard Councillor Rolleston talk about some of the time it took for that he's aware of. So are we thinking about improving the process on this rather than just saying let's get money to pay for professionals?
So in response to the question, so the funding is proposed to be applied to getting to the point of a resource consent and being able to proceed, not building consents. What we're proposing is once we get the application, so it relates to resource consents and being ready to move forward. What we're proposing is once we've got the applications and it's covered in a summary form in the report, but perhaps not in depth enough, is that we will look at what they're looking for in terms of the investment needed, and then we would sit down and bring in our consenting teams to look at actually what are they planning and budgeting to do, and what is actually required to get the consents across the line, and are there opportunities? One of the things we've talked about is if there are a number of them, then maybe we can work with some of the consulting firms to sort of get a package deal for them across the line and see how we can work together with them. But we need to actually understand who's going to apply, what stage they're at, and what the components of the makeup are. And then we can go from there. So that's certainly intended to happen, and work with our consenting staff, because that's the hurdle they're trying to get across is the resource consent.
Great, and that's really good to hear. Sorry, one supplementary on that. So will your team or the team that is working with them be tasked with suggesting that slightly changing the site or changing what they're doing on the land will make it an easier option or more feasible? Because I know myself, when you look at a piece of land, you can say, well, my perfect site is here, but it's actually much more sensible to build here. Is that all part of what TCC would help enable?
Absolutely, and a lot of that work has already been done with our papakoinga advisor in those first stages, so that feasibility stage, the concept planning. So we're at the stage now where they need to do that detail. But if there's something that comes out of those reports that they need some adjusting, we would work alongside with them with that.
Yes, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for the report. Quite a lot of reading in there, and I'm referring to page 227, which talks about what's happened in the last 4 years since we put in a resource in council to deal with this, and it's only a part-time resource, I understand that. So my question, there's two of them. First one is, we talk about 22 projects and we've given out funding of 469,000. Of those 22 projects, how many have actually been completed and finished, and are they all finished or?
No. So I've been through and had a look at how many code of compliances have been issued, and 16 have. I think you had a question in there around how many were relocatable. So there's about 9 that are relocatable and 7 that are new builds. So some of those 2 are this year and the end of last year. So yeah, 16 have been built.
So then,
have code of compliance. So.
Perfect. That was the answer I was looking for. But so it sort of begs my second question: going forward, this reshuffle, are we really focusing on new builds, or are we still looking at extensions and relocations?
Again, once we have the applications in and we know what they're looking at doing, whether they're relocatables or whether we'll know more once we get those applications in. But it's basically whatever the trust are wanting to do, or the opportunities that they have in terms of their build, or what they're going to have. Some of those in there are NZTA homes that have come through, and so if there are any more of those opportunities for them, that might be in there too.
What is the tension, I guess, if we're funding them there, that they actually get built?
So there isn't, and the challenge is that at the moment they're not even getting to stage 5. We're trying to get them to the earlier stages. We do know that sometimes this takes them years, but we will be looking in those applications to try to get, you won't be able to get absolute certainty, but to be checking that actually they've got all their ducks in a row so that they've got a reasonable likelihood of getting there. And the fact they're at this sort of stage 3, 4 already means they've done a lot of work over a long period of time to get to there. So it takes a lot of commitment and a lot of hooey for them to actually get to this point. So that's why we're saying we're better to invest at that end rather than at the earlier ends, because those are the ones that are most likely to get there, because they've remained committed for a long period of time, and they've got and they'll have to show us they've got the weight behind them, they've done the work, they understand the costs, they know what they need to do to get there. We're just trying to help them a little bit along the way.
And then I guess the other bit is that discretion. So, someone's gone through the process, they've got themselves, they're about to build, and they apply for the funding, and we say, oh, you're only getting 50% DCs now because of the fund. Are we able to fund those ones that have received no funding early to 100% still?
Yes, you could choose to do that. So what we know at the moment is there's not a lot coming through because they can't get there. So you could potentially, and we wanted to sort of do a little bit of engagement around this if you were comfortable with it, but work through with the Rangapu. But it could be that if you were already in train and you're applying for a DC and you haven't applied for the Papakainga Fund, you could get more. But from now going forward, anybody coming through, we're signalling that it's the Papakainga Fund is really available, and then DCs will be at a lesser amount. We're not aware of any
either or, like you
could do either or, but we're not aware of any at this point who are ready to get a DC grant who can get there without some assistance. So that's the stock take that we've done. So we think it's highly unlikely, but we didn't really want to do too much engagement on this element until you gave us some direction, but we'll go and talk to the Rangapu and we can report back.
Yeah, just be keen. I guess people may not know about it or whatever, and they kind of get there, and then they, if we're not talking much, it seems like something be quite easy to do. But all right, any other questions, Councillor Schuler?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thanks for this report, and obviously it's been a bit of a topic across council for a little bit, and looking a while ago at some of the numbers of non-delivery, if that's the way to put it, we've been doing things a certain way. The recommendation now to make those changes to target that funding in an area that's going to at least get this Papakainga housing further along, closer to shovel ready. So this is new to us. Are there other examples? Because I'm sort of curious to know what level of change in delivery we'll expect. I know our historically hasn't been great, but are there other councils that have been approaching using this model that can sort of say, hey, this is actually going to make a market difference, or is it really, are we pioneering this?
I think we're pioneering this, and I think because this process from the elders housing sale, which gave funds or made funds available for housing, created a pool that other councils potentially didn't have, and the Commission at the time, and there was community consultation, was around that those funds would be invested for housing and social housing, affordable housing, and a range of housing, and weren't to be applied for other things like transport and waters and stuff. So that was the decisions that were made. So this council was in a position of having some funds available that it could apply. Other councils haven't had sort of these millions in effect to distribute in this manner.
Sorry, Councillor Shawley, you had another one? Councillor Rolleston.
Thank you. Some will know that's my pet topic, Papakainga. Couple of questions, I think that we touched on them. And following Deputy Mayors around what's the sort of success stories, and some of them are very visible to us, such as Mangatawa. And I would hazard that it's a trust behind it of size and scale, and a driver behind it. But correct me if I'm wrong, there was also government money right at the beginning that isn't available now. For if they did those again, they wouldn't have that. So this, in essence, is some way filling that gap. Is that a correct? Yep.
So over successive governments, both National and Labour, there have been a range of different funding schemes put in place to support Māori housing and Papakainga housing. And Mangatawa was able to utilise those. Generally what has happened is, as each government has changed, they've stopped the previous government ones and brought in new ones. The change with this national government is that they were stopped and there were very few new ones put in. There was recently, closed in March, another fund allocated, not huge, and we did pass all of that information on through the Rangapu. We haven't heard whether anyone in the Tamoana area has been successful, but much more limited than it used to be.
Cool. And another, just if I can do a second question. Oh, sorry, Hotapu, where you go? No, you go. So, I understand what we're trying to do here, moves people along that scale, 1 to 5. And is it fair to say that this will help a certain group, but not? It's not the answer, it's part of the answer. So there's some Māori land around here that will need much bigger solutions than some of the geotech and planning and the reports that this is going to help with. There's some of them that will, this is part of the solution, this isn't the solution, because what I guess it's a little bit related to what the Mayor said, there may be some that are sort of ready to go and they say, oh, you've taken what I had, and I think, you know, generally we should have a reasonable knowledge that we may be delighted and surprised. That's a good surprise to have, to go, hey, I wanted to build my house and now you've taken away the full subsidy. Deal with that as I think as the Mayor suggested, but there will be others that will say that's great for some but not for me, and therefore we would need alternative solutions. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, definitely, and one that pops in mind is Ngāti Hangaru. So they've got a planning issue, so they're well back in this process that they need some new planning rules around what they can do. They're at the moment not able to build any more houses without a non-complying resource consent, so that's a whole other, you know, so if we were looking at the scale, the stages from 1 to 5, they're still at 1. So there's some work that we need to do to help those communities. Probably Matapihi is another one where we need to do some work around their Matapihi land use plan to see what they want to do now. But this is to help those that have been through those first 3 stages. They're at stage 4, that's where they're sort of stuck in that detailed design technical space, so that we can get them to shovel ready and start building some houses.
Councillor Baker.
Yeah, just a quick question. Consenting's a bit of a bugger, and you touched on kind of a step within the process of, was it a panel of some kind, a consenting panel, something to that effect? As an action, I'd be really curious to know the outcomes of that intervention and how better, much better or not, the experience is for the applicant and how quicker we get to the actual consent, if you know what I mean, just as a learning for all of us.
Right, no more questions. Then we've got some updated resolutions which were sent by Christine earlier, and then it's just trying to simplify, similar to what was said. And then we've got a recommendation from Councillor Rolleston at the bottom. Sorry, I just changed it slightly with the appointments, but if you're happy with that, Councillor Rolleston. Do you want to move this, Councillor Rolleston? Councillor Taylor will second. Any discussion? Is your mic?
I just had a question on the task force. Where were we? I think that the question was, is that wider than elected members? The answer is yes. Well, that's the intention. And it could actually include people from outside of this building. But I think that's probably something that we can work through. But yes, going back to the substantive resolution, Mr. Mayor, the statistics speak for themselves. I think we saw 22 over 5 years. I remember quoting a statistic many years ago of 10 over 10 years. And as a resident in Matapi, we've actually seen a couple in the last few years, but I used to know how many houses were built in Matapi, and there was probably 1 or 2 over the period. I'm fully support of this initiative. I don't think this is the answer. I think this is part of the answer. We just had another report earlier on a different topic, but one of our pillars is enabling housing. Tauranga is one of the fastest growing cities, if not the fastest growing, and there's plenty of houses being built, but not on Māori land. And as someone that knows the whenua around here, there is really suitable housing for development for Māori on that land. So as I said, that's why I also brought in the additional resolution that is signalling to the community that we are real serious around this, and we want to do everything we can to support more housing on Māori land. So that's why I'm moving this resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
205 houses in 25 years, I think, is the total. Knock that back, and given our population growth, it certainly isn't very impressive. So I think anything we can do to make this money that we have in a reserve work for the purpose that it was put there for, I think we should be doing. I like the addition of the task force, or the task force that Councillor Rolleston has added to the resolution. I think that just gives us some oversight potentially on how we actually get to the end goal, which to me is actually digging holes in the ground, and it's not about paying for consultants to think about this anymore. It's about actually getting to that stage where we've got spades in the ground and houses being built.
Any other discussion on this? Seemed, well, yeah, the whole lot. We've got the whole resolution to talk about. General direction is we're taking a fund that already exists and allowing it to be used at an earlier stage rather than the end to enable housing and to get get things over the line and as Councillor Taylor said, actually deliver houses. So it's just an overview. Yeah.
And I think it's just, this is part of being agile. We have asked staff to improve processes where possible. This has been identified as there was a blockage, and now saying, well, we've actually fully support the fund. How do we make that blockage go away? Let's be agile. Let's make sure we are doing what can happen to get stuff done, which is what we want to do. So I am fully supportive of this and supportive of a task force, and would be, as Councillor Taylor said, trying to get a few more numbers on those tables of successful code of compliances issued. And this is all part of our enabling housing. So to me, it's a good way of trying to make sure what we've got, we're looking after a fund we've got and making it work better.
Right, so we've, you want to talk?
Well, yeah, it is, I do support anyway, so maybe, I suppose the factor in, as the Deputy Mayor said, where the blockage are and if we can make an adjustment to see if that does make a meaningful difference. I think obviously we'll have to make sure we factor this into long-term planning because it isn't just a one-year short solution. So what we're doing ongoing is going to be the real proof of the pudding in this one. But yeah, very supportive of the concept, and hopefully if we take away those blocks, roadblocks, and if other issues become real in the future, we'll be in a better position to improve the situation of housing. I think if we do ever have a problem of oversubscription, that means it's done well.
Okay, well, in the interests of timely lunch, unless we have a contrary view, it seems like this is well supported by the council. So I'm happy to put it to the council, and all those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. So we now will break for lunch. We'll have a longish lunch so we can have a bit of time, and we'll come back at 1:45.
and just watching it. Coming on. Yeah.
Right, we'll reconvene and we'll start off with 11.5, funding options for Tourism Bay of Plenty and Bay Venues, 26-27 annual plan requests. This is on page 229. Just to introduce this is decisions we made at the last council meeting. We asked staff to report back to us on how we could fund these items without a impact on rates, and we've got a number of considerations around how we can do that, and an option later in the paper to either rates fund it or use our reserves from a potential rate surplus. So there's an overview of the paper. Happy to hand over to Catherine if there's any further she can add.
It was a great summary, thank you. So you just in summaries, airport surpluses have been proposed as an option for the eyesight, and that's because there are obviously considerations when using airport surplus regarding benefit to the airport, and the eyesight work had been done as part of independent work associated with Te Manawa Tākei Papa, so felt that was consistent and therefore could fund that work. And loan funded OPEX, as you know, is something that council can choose as a funding option when there's benefit over a longer period of time. So software as a service work in terms of that digital leisure management digital upgrade would fit within that category. And I'm just trying to think, the other one was some of that brand work. And just calling out from the 21st of April paper, it had talked about additional funding of 450,000 for Our Place brand, but on investigation there is 300 already in the annual plan budget for next year, which was just a placeholder because the agreement with Tourism Bay of Plenty was expiring, but a placeholder had been included on the basis that something might continue, and so therefore it's only 150 of that would need additional funding. So yes, so if those options are supported, then as the Mayor said, we could use surplus from the rate surplus carried forward from this year, if that's available, and otherwise it would be a rating impact for about 493,000.
Right, is there any questions on this? Councillor Baker.
Also just a process question, so I'm enlightened. Are we agreeing, so we're agreeing to the money now separate to annual plan deliberations later in the year, or is this a package that's going to be, that we will consider during deliberations?
So this is for the annual plan budget commencing on the 1st of July this year.
Okay.
So we'll be providing the near final budget information on the 2nd of June, including the capital program for that. The decision on supporting requests for funding from TBOP and BVL, Bay Venues, was made on the 21st, but there was a request at that meeting that Council look at, staff advise you of ways you could do that without significant impact on rates.
And that's cool. I'm just wondering, I guess the concern behind the question is it normal for us to be, I don't want to use the word lobbied, but lobbied, sorry for a lack of better wording, from the likes of our CCOs prior to formal deliberations, which kind of privileges them over the general public who may want to submit and participate? Do you understand my question?
Yeah, so a formal paper was presented, and so it was considered. So I wouldn't use the term lobbied because it was transparent, unless any of you received phone calls sort of in the evening prior to the meeting, but that would be lobbying, whereas I think the transparent process of actually presenting a paper for council to consider I think is normal. Now, it's not uncommon also for council to make decisions, just as you've done this morning, that actually impact on the annual plan. It's if you like, a very clear sign of commitment and a decision to include something. In saying that, the final decision to adopt the annual plan isn't going to be made until the 23rd of June, at which point, essentially, there is absolute certainty. So hopefully that explains it, Councillor.
Yeah, but you are correct in these decisions do impact potential other decisions. Yeah. Deputy Mayor.
And just on that same question, which I think is a really good one, and I find it really, I struggle with it because we don't approve the plan until June, and so even after the last meeting when we talked about this, Tourism Bay of Plenty, we didn't really, they were speaking, we didn't really have the time allocated to the conversation, and then there was a conversation because we had somebody on the screen and somebody here, that actually we've got a 250,000 proposal as well as the 450, but we sort of said, well, we haven't got time to go through that. So my understanding was that we approved it to go into the draft annual plan, but it wasn't approved yet because nothing's approved in the draft annual plan until June, and therefore it's treated as likely to go, but still can be considered in June. Is that not correct?
Yeah, and that's the same for every single decision that you make prior.
Great.
So
we can still change it.
You can change any decision that you've previously made. What it did do, though, you agreed to include it in the draft, and council has asked for options and funding mechanisms, essentially, which is this report that you have in front of you now.
Thank you. A couple of questions. One, which excited me a little bit, is in Resolution D, refers to a rates reserve buffer. So I'm interested in that. And the second one is, should council adopt D, what does that do to our LGFA balanced budget percentages? Thank you.
So the if you remember on the 21st of April, we presented a annual plan update that talked about how we could fund the decisions and achieve a 7.5% rates increase. And part of that was to carry forward 3.2 million of rate surplus from this year. There was only a requirement or a budget to cover of 2.6 million. And so that remaining 600,000 was identified as a reserve buffer, but we would carry that forward anyway.
And the second part was around the LGFA numbers, the prudent, yeah.
So carrying forward surplus from a previous year affects the balanced budget because it's calculated based on revenue received in the year against expenditure for the year. So it contributes to, it contributes unfavourably to the balanced budget. Currently the budget is about 97%, so it's imbalanced, and that's about 18 million. And so that is actually not complying with the LGFA's bespoke covenant list of requirements, and would need to have a letter explaining why there was an imbalance in the budget. And I did make a note in an email I sent out that contributing factors are when we use reserve funding, so for the weather event response that's funded from a reserve, carrying forward surpluses, the development contribution revenue is not allowed to be counted in that, and yet that's covering about 26 million of interest. So there's a lot of reasons that stack up as to why it's going to be very hard for this council to maintain a balanced budget unless we have very favourable income sources such as subsidies.
Councillor Crowther.
Yep, I can kind of imagine Oscar will want to give me a little clip around the ears for this one. But my question is around the Our Place Tauranga brand experience, and I just want to sort of reopen a can that we closed at the last one. But given the latest government restructuring of councils, I guess I'm struggling a little bit to understand, seeing it's a specific resolution here, I want to address it again, because we have a brand that I'm told is a very well recognised and has been a good brand for Bay of Plenty NZ, and it may need tweaking, it may need whatever it needs, but I guess I'm just struggling in terms of the timeframes to actually now have another resolution to sort of sign off on a specific amount when we know that we have no idea if we're going to be a Tauranga Council or a Tauranga Western Bay or a Bay of Plenty or whatever we're going to be. And I guess thinking back to the very first presentation on this was, I remember Gareth saying, Bay Oval, we didn't want to put the TCC logo, we wanted something for Tauranga though, or for Tauranga Western Bay, but not for the whole of the Bay, for I don't know quite why, but, and I'm just trying to understand if someone from staff can help me understand why that hasn't been raised as an issue.
Oh, red is right. Okay, gotcha. Kia ora, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to talk. No, good question. Ultimately, when the decision was made for us to explore an identity, it was really around a place brand identity for the regions covered by both councils, Western Bay and TCC. It's the second time you mentioned about the Bay of Plenty brand and everything else. Technically, so Tourism Bay of Plenty, we're not a brand. We're an agency that delivers campaigns and inward visitation. It's not, when we put the Tourism Bay of Plenty or we put the Bay of Plenty NZ logo on there, that's pretty much just a placeholder for us. It's not something that we have campaigns and programs underneath that. So it's more of an umbrella. I suppose the challenge, and I've been listening to you this morning in terms of the other, and completely get it, the other meetings you've had, the badminton people, you're wanting value for money. I heard the Mayor's frustration around, why can't people just see that we just want to get sensible decisions? My view is this brand and what we are doing is actually making a forward statement about this place we live in. And it's actually going to be 2 steps ahead of where you're probably going to amalgamate. There's no question about Western Bay and TCC. That's a given. Whether you go wider, that's TBC, I suppose. But ultimately, and I know that I couldn't conjure up the magic any quicker than Thursday evening, which most of you are coming to. Because when we did present the last time, and just also to address the Deputy Mayor's comment, when we put the options to you, we're instructed by the Executive of Council to put, at least 2, possibly 3 options to you. To be completely fair, I don't really operate, I just put the realistic option in, because there's no use horse trading on, so the second option was really, you get half of everything. And half short change is what we want to do, basically. That's why we didn't really talk to that. And at the 450 that we did put in, that was already half or a third of what regions around us do for exactly the same exercise. So we all I can attest to you is that we definitely are trying to do as much as we can, and we're hearing you on the value for money thing. Same thing with the eyesight stuff and everything else. To remind you, we've gone to you told us to go find other funding. We've gone to Tourism New Zealand and MB. We've got 50-50 funding against that to bring to the table. The brand one is really around our future and our identity going forward. I can't answer what the amalgamation is going to do, but I can say with more than like certainty, the 2 entities that are coming together, how fantastic will it be that the communities of both those entities are going to have a brand which you will start to see on Thursday. In terms of the presentation, but that's all I can answer at this point. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Right, any other questions? If there's no other questions, we just get the resolutions. There's an either or here. So we have to pick a D or an EF. So happy to ask if there's a mover and seconder and your preferred, whether it's a D or an EF. Yeah.
Is F separate? Is it D or E, or is it?
I think it's E and F because that otherwise it's dealt with, isn't it?
Because I think we.
So F is completely separate. It's between D or E.
But we're agreeing to do that up in the. Oh, that's what I just am confused. Because we're saying.
If we reported F back.
This is reporting F back, isn't it? Oh, just we got.
So F is a completely different recommendation, and it's just in the context of you've agreed to fund some aspects of eyesight with the airport surplus, and did you want to look at whether any further funding associated with that eyesight would be appropriate?
So what's further funding?
So some of the work with Te Manawa to create the space, which was originally part of that airport surplus funding, it's just saying, given that funding option, did you want to look again at that at this stage?
But for what?
For funding some of that capital.
Well, we're agreeing to a one-off grant of $235,000 to fund capital expenditure for the fit-out of the eyesight at Te Manawa and development of a mobile eyesight using airport surplus through the Airport Tourism Contestable Reserve. So I'm just wondering what are you?
It's just if you wanted to take that question of the airport surplus further, it's just saying that because what we talked about is we're using that concept or the analysis that was done around funding the Te Manawa eyesight and saying that does apply quite validly to the work for Tourism Bay of Plenty. Did you want to look at the expenditure that TCC has made in that space as well? Or not, and so that it's an option. You either agree to F or decline F.
Oh, so that is, for example, that the square metre rate of Te Manawa is 8,000 a square metre, it's 93 square metres. Do we want to fund that out of that? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So the Te Manawa part. Okay. Councillor Crowther.
I just want to check the digital visitor kiosk network. That doesn't seem to be considered for the airport, but that's the part that we discussed at the last meeting. So is that what you were referring to, Catherine, or could we, if not, could we consider that?
You're right, councillor.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, you could. You could consider that as part of that information.
I will suggest that we should when the time is appropriate, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, okay. So, sorry, we had Councillor Schuller was going to moved it. And at the moment we've got D and F in it. We've got Councillor Roseboom has seconded that. And then Councillor Crowther, what were you?
I guess at the whenever, either now or if it's better to put an amendment to look at having, where is it, C4 to be funded through the airport reserve rather than through rates.
So do we think we can do that, or do we have to get a report back?
Yeah, You would do, yeah. So yes, I think you could. It does fit within that rationale. It just hadn't been reviewed in that previous option, and it's every year.
Okay, so if we say so fund through airport surplus, is that right?
Yeah.
Additional operating grant of. Yeah. Do we need that airport tourism contestable reserve?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we just need the fund through the airport, the same as above here. That airport surplus through the airport tourism contestable reserve. So we just need that whole thing.
There.
Yeah. There. Through airport.
Are you happy that while you're doing that?
Yep. So Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, yeah, back at the last meeting, we did agree a bit more in principle to include this in the draft, and we did ask staff to go away and investigate how it could be funded. So I'm happy with what they have come back with. It's a mixed funding model. It's using that rate surplus. It's applying loan funding for the long-term benefits and airport surplus for qualifying tourism spend. So we just saw with Councillor Crowther there's some real strong alignment. And so, yeah, it does maintain a discipline around rates affordability. There's a clear link with what staff have come up with between the funding source and the benefit. So, yeah, while we know we've got ongoing cost pressures, I think this is the best way to solve what was a late, came late to our table, and we certainly discussed it very well at the last meeting, and I'm more than happy to support.
Councillor Roseboom, or?
Thanks, Mayor. Just like to support Councillor Schuler's comments and say we've had this range of decisions brought about by decisions we made earlier in the year. And in relation to the city centre, the eyesight, that's kind of needed now because we're going to be opening the library shortly and we want the eyesight up and running. The QEYC, that's just a funding issue, filling in with our principles of looking after what we have. So these bring back to me that we need to be more aware about the impacts of the decisions we make at this table and how they impact on future decisions, and be very clear that when we make a decision, that impact that it has across the organisation and all our CCOs, to be very aware that we don't want to put pressure on them so they deliver less of a service than we expect them to deliver while we're sitting at this table. And I'm fully in support of this.
Point of clarification, do you want staff to come back with funding some of the costs of establishing, I think it's saying building the site, or?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, okay. Yep, is there any other,
Funding it or covering ongoing operational costs of the eyesight through the...
I think it's funding it, yeah, capital.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. I'm just not agreeing with my colleague, Councillor Roseboom, in terms of his accusation that we don't look at the future commitments of decisions we make. We had, I think, at the last meeting, and sadly the minutes aren't here because for some reason they're not available. I would like to go back to them because my understanding was we approved in principle, but we recognised we wouldn't approve until we actually approved the plan. I'm surprised that you are approving this when you haven't seen the Our Place branding, because that was quite impactful for me, not necessarily in a good way. And so I disagree that we are not thinking about the future, because we are, but we also, I don't like it that we are, as Councillor Baker said, I don't like that we say we're going to approve a plan here, but we've actually commit 80% of it over these 17 meetings. And so when we agree last month on 7.5% rate rise, are we thinking about that when we say we could have another rate rise in some of these papers today? So To me, I think we committed to 7.5, and I think there's 4 instances in these papers that we are saying, but we maybe should go higher. So to me, I think, yeah, we should be careful when we throw stones at each other that we are thinking about whether we actually are looking at our commitments made at a meeting when we are thinking in the future.
Anyone else like to speak to this? Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Or just if you could take C2 separately, that'd be appreciated. And I guess I just won't repeat, but we'll just say that I'm still in a very similar position to the last discussion we had. So if you can recall back, just imagine I'm saying that now.
So, sorry, Councillor Correct, you wanted the whole of C taken separately, or? Yeah. Yeah, I can take a C2, okay. Any other discussion? Yeah, you can, I'll allow you.
Thank you. I also just want to say, if we'd already known 300,000 was allocated when we had the meeting, whenever we did, I would have struggled to say, let's add another 150, particularly when we knew that there was an option from Tourism Bay of Plenty not to be the full 450. So I think we just have to be careful that when getting all the information, we've had another paper in the council that has got very incorrect information given to us that was corrected last night. So these things are, it's hard to say we're going to make good decisions if we're actually not getting the right information in our papers.
All right, so now I'm going to take this in parts. So I'm going to deal with C first, and I'm going to take C1, 3 and 4. So that's not C2. And C1, 3 and 4.
But if you don't have a one-off loan, you don't have to have the interest on it. 2 and 3 should be together, shouldn't they?
Okay, sorry, I'll take 1 and 4. Yeah. So I'll take 1 and 4 together. So all those in favour? Those against? Councillor Kure. And now 2 and 3. All those in favour, sorry, C2 and 3. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Kurak, Councillor Crowther, Councillor Schooler. Thank you. Now I'm going to take A, B and D. So A is receiving the report, B is the Bay Venues funding requests, and D is funding it through additional.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. Okay, we've gone through AM.
Have we got a, so what does this increase our rates by?
As well, if we take D 0. So then D is using yeah, the additional rates. What was the word? Yeah. This is basically the risk reserve that we had ready for if there was escalation in costs from the fuel crisis, etc. That's what it was parked as, and so we're using some of that money. It was sort of the leftover rate surplus.
For which year? What leftover? Sorry, I don't understand.
So we had a rate surplus of about 3.2 million for next year.
As in that we've saved this year that we're going to use next year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we were going to use about 2.6 of that to get the rates down to 7.5. So there was about 600K left. And we left that in a reserve, I guess, that could deal with cost escalations, etc. And so we're utilising some of that.
And so what happens if we've got cost escalations for fuel?
Well, then we have to find further savings. There's still there'll be some left over after this. So we've got A, B, D, and F. And I ask all those in favour, those against. That one is carried as well, thank you. Right, now we move on to 11.6, January Weather Event Recovery Progress Report. This is on page 236 of the main agenda.
Got Charlie and Sarah O.
So we've got Charlie Rarahi and Sarah O.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll just give a quick introduction and then over to elected members if they've got any questions. This paper introduces a formal reporting mechanism through to Council on the Tauranga Recovery Program. The attachment 1 in there is what we are proposing would come back on a regular cycle, just to share with Council all of the actions that have been achieved, what's upcoming, and just set out some of the important things that you want to see, like financials and communication plan. It reports against 5 work streams in particular that are set out in the program, and that's Mawao, it's the citywide impacts, it's our marae resilience, it's landslip risk assessment and management, and community, business and economic recovery. There's been some feedback to date from you having read that report, particularly around having more detailed financials in there, splitting out what has been spent so far, what's anticipated to date, what has been approved as well. So we will do that, make sure that comes to you in the next update. And also some feedback around confirming exactly how regular communications will be through to the community. So we will include that in the next report, but just confirming that we will send fortnightly updates to the community through our normal kōrero mai, and whenever there are any significant milestones to report on. I've noted in the report, the team have noted in the report and the next steps that there is a paper coming to Council. We said on the 25th of May, apologies, it's the 26th of May, with a number of operational decisions for you. One of them, and we've set that out on the paper, is about developing and installing an earth bund on site as a short-term mitigation option that would potentially allow us not only to remove the containers, which are it's really impacting on the visual amenity of the community in the area, but potentially allow us to open the boat ramp and not have to close Adams Ave every time there's significant rainfall forecast. That will be coming through on the 26th with a number of other matters. But over to you if you've got any questions.
I think just picking up on that point around the breakdown of financials would be good. I think that I know we got sent through the the report, but let's have those attached. The previous reports or for breakdowns, or just broken down every time. My personal probably an action is I'd like to see some. Like there's some of these expenses broken down by vendor, just so we can understand, there's some, even in the breakdown, there's some chunky costs there, which we don't really have a view over or understand. And then, just really the key to going forward, we've got to reduce the spending and, find every way we can to do that. It's sort of, we're getting to a point where we're starting to we've got this rolling ball and we've got to pull it back because, you know, we've spent $4.4 million and we've spent very little of that on actually remediating Moao and getting things back up to. So that's where we want to see the money spent is actually the remediation, and so we need to be able to pull back on some of this other expenditure. It's the general direction. Any other questions? Yep, Councillor Baker.
Tēnā kōrua, thank you for the report. Just touching on points in the executive summary, point 6, part B, we've got Te Auhi Reserve mentioned as a part of the, the Tauranga Recovery Plan. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say that, no, it's being a, QLRA is being undertaken for Te Auhi Reserve. Can you just explain, and more so for public record more than anything, what a QLRA is, the timeframes for that particular one to be completed, and you've probably answered my third question around reporting back to community, but if there's any additional things we're going to be doing to report back to the community on that or as it unfolds, please.
Thank you. The quantitative landslide risk assessments is really a technical process of understanding what the risk of a landslide is and what it might be with different mitigation options in place. And so those are being undertaken in critical areas across the city where there have been impacts from the January event. For the Te Auhi Reserve, that has been some work that our infrastructure team are undertaking, Spaces and Places, to look at what the risk is associated with landslips on that particular area with the houses downhill from there. So that work is underway. I'm not entirely sure of when that will be available. Reineke unfortunately isn't in the room at the moment and she's leading that process, but working directly with all of the landowners involved in that, so there's no surprises.
So, if we're going to talk about the boat ramp, my understanding from our conversation last week with the geotech engineers is there wasn't necessarily requirement of any mitigations apart from a tarp, and my understanding is that tarp was underway. If that's correct, when is that due to come to council, or has that tarp been developed?
Those are the options that we're going to present to council on the 26th. There's a number of explorative things that we have to look at in preparation for that. So we're in discussion with the HEB who are doing the site maintenance, is where their plant is going to sit. How are we going to manage that quite carefully? What are the security arrangements around that if we do that? And so there's a number of conversations that have to happen before we can present options to council, which we anticipate doing on the 26th of May.
Okay. My understanding was that's not, effectively we heard from a geotech engineers that there was nothing to stop us opening that on a good day. And my understanding is that was being progressed. So now we're being told that in 2 weeks' time we're going to have an option to then explore whether we can open it.
It has been progressed. However, there are other mitigating factors that we have to consider, like safe access to the site, given that there are remedial works happening around that area of Moao. Where is the plant? So tomorrow we're expecting the larger plant materials to come in to start the works on the mountain, and so it really is that we are looking at what are the safety options in terms of if we were to open and we have public in that area, what are the safety options?
Okay. Well, I would just we've sent a pretty clear direction. We want to get these things open as soon as possible, and not, it's just we don't want to wait. We want to do this. Safety is absolutely key, but we've got to direction, we want to do this and we don't want to hold it up. And, you know, like I'm not sure how many movements or how many, you know, big equipment is coming in, but, you know, there's big equipment everywhere that you have to walk around. You know, you go down to Sulphur Point, you've got to deal with trains and a whole lot of other things. So, you know, we've got to take a realistic expectation. We've also got to start, you know, we've sent that direction for security as well. We've got to take a measured approach, and we actually have to start putting some responsibility back on people. So if you're putting your boat into the boat ramp, you need to be looking out for what's around you and taking a mitigation yourself. The same as when you've got a fence up telling you can't go somewhere, you've got to take a mitigation that you're not going to go and try to jump that fence. And I can tell you, even with the security guards, I'd back myself to get over that fence before they get me. So, you know, like in saying that you know, that really, you know, that yes, they can call the police and that's great, and I'll be arrested and dealt with that way. But, you know, like we've got to take a reasonable response, and we've got to trust people that they're not going to do the wrong thing. And, you know, at the moment we seem to be very much at the other end, and that's costing us a lot of money. And I'm just trying to say I want to see things open as quickly as possible, as safely as we can. I want to see some risk shifted back to people to do the right thing, and I want to see the money stop going out as quickly as it is going at the moment. Councillor Crowther.
If I can reframe the Mayor's comments as a question as well, will we get on the 26th a clear option amongst the options to open up the boat ramp in the following, let's say, few weeks after that? So, like, do you know at this point, will there be a clear option to be able to do that amongst options that may not include that?
That's the intention.
And my other question, probably for you, Sarah, in terms of I see there's the red, 2 red placards, 11 yellows. Are there any of those of the yellows on public-owned land, either Crown, but I'm thinking council, or similar? And if they're, for the ones on private property, will we continue forever, if necessary, until those placards are removed, to notify and keep in touch with those owners, or does that exchange of information finish at a certain point in the process?
In some cases where there is a yellow placard, we may have advice that people should get out of the property or self-evacuate if there is significant rainfall coming, and so we would naturally stay connected through that, so we know where those properties are, and we would always be in touch with them in those instances. On the whole, what we do is provide all of the information that people need in order to do the remediation required. We put them in touch with their insurance companies, help them do the things in order to have that placard downgraded to a white. The question about are there any on public land? Well, on the holiday park? Yep. Other than that, I'd have to double check, but we could actually, if it would help for the next report, we can clearly outline where those might be, even if it's not for private property, because that's not fair, but if we put suburbs in there, that's fine. And then for public property, we can identify which ones.
Just a quick follow-up through the chair is I am aware that how slow this process is, nothing to do with council, but just through the insurance and through, what are they called, NHC, and the frustration that some of those homeowners have. So is there still sort of, apart from the notification of weather events or whatever else we're doing along those kind of more, just straightforward operational lines, is there still sort of any, I don't know how to word it, like supportive kind of capacity in the council to support those people and potentially advocate with the authorities? Or is that something that really does come down to we don't have the resourcing for that, and we just have to let them fight their battles with with the agencies to try and get some action. Because I'm aware that in a couple of cases, like, I don't see a way out. You know, to be blunt, you know, it's going to be really tough to get those placards removed, and that means every time there's a weather event for ever or whatever, you know.
We certainly provide as much navigation advice as we can, but we don't have the resources to advocate. And as you note, that for some properties, there's a significant amount of advocacy required.
I really appreciate you saying that. I think it's good to have it on the record, and I assumed we didn't have capacity to do that, but I think we have done a lot, and I thank the staff for that.
So, did the Deputy Mayor have a question?
If I may. Thank you.
Then we'll go
And thank you for the report. Just on point 8, further reports will be presented to Council at least 6 weekly. That's not nearly enough for me. I absolutely, at the working group, would like a Friday report that comes to the working group and to elected members. I would recommend that the Mayor speaks to that every Friday, if not somebody else, because that's what our people want. Is that going to be possible?
Yeah, as we said in the working group, we are willing to provide weekly updates on the progress. We've discussed it with Mowal Trust in terms of the mountain, and they've said 2 weekly is what they will provide. 2 weekly on the mountain, on the remediation works on the mountain.
And that's fine. We can, I mean, last Friday would have been good, so can we get one this Friday, please?
We will give you an update this Friday, yes.
Thank you. And can you just make sure it's got some key messages that you are comfortable we make publicly, so that we're all in agreement with what we share publicly?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Can I keep going, if I may? So in terms of the financials, you have suggested that in the financial considerations, there's nothing in there saying that these financials are not already in approved plans or already in, nothing there is suggesting that they are unapproved or sitting outside. It doesn't say where we're getting the money from. Number one, can I ask next time, we always say where the money's coming from, but number two, can we just have confirmation that we're not suddenly going to be told, oh yeah, you approved those costs and we haven't got a funding source for them?
Right, so Catherine's not here, but, Cherie.
Craig is.
Cherie. These are unbudgeted costs. We've reported the fact that these will continue to be unbudgeted costs.
Can we say that?
Yeah, so then they are being funded out of the reserve, the risk, is it the risk reserve? Cherie, come and give us the detail.
Just that information for us and for the public would be really useful, please. We seem to get half of it at the moment. Charlie, you might need to on me.
So the expenditure this financial year came to council as a forecast in March, I believe, where we had a resolution to fund that from the risk reserve. There's a placeholder budget in the 2027 annual plan of a further 2.6 million, I believe, that will also be funded from the risk reserve. That's operational expenditure only. We have a $6 million capital placeholder budget next year as well, which will be funded according to the type of capital expenditure it is and where it sits. If it sits in Beachside or if it sits in Mowal, it's slightly different. Those are placeholder budgets at the moment. And we'll make sure that we put the funding splits in the next report that comes up.
And just to add, that will extinguish the risk reserve at that point.
That would be great to know in the paper. Thank you. So under 26, section 26, consultation and engagement, and also what's in the report, it doesn't mention that our people said they want to be involved. We've had a public forum for a community panel. You know from me at the working group that our people want to be involved. We've promised that they would be involved. I think 3 of us said that at the last community meeting. So can I ask when that's being considered and how that will be reported on, please?
Happy to give you an update on Friday on that. We have done considerable amount of work to develop a consultation plan that sees us canvassing the entire city for drop-in centres on consultation. We're securing venues at the moment for that to happen, in addition to public meetings that have been requested.
And so how will that be shared with our people?
Through the current media streams that we utilise, either social media, through you as councillors and iwi partners as well.
So once the working group's seen that, will that be able to be published on Friday?
Yes.
Great, okay. I think I had one more, if I may. So just in terms of feedback on the report, I think you did ask for that. So just, can we be as specific as we can? So when when something is started on a date, can we just please put the date in? So rather than early May, we had a karakia for the remedial work on the 5th of May and work started on the 7th of May, just so that we just know that we're being as specific as we can on that. And when we're getting updates, can they just be in red the next time we get an update, please, just so we can follow those?
I think we had Councillor Rolleston and then Councillor Morris.
Mine's been covered. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Just in terms of those public access issues coming before council on the 26th, are there things that you're comfortable with, assuming that council's view is that public access should be provided if it is safe to do so at the earliest opportunity? Are you comfortable making decisions to reopen anything, whether it be a boat ramp or anything else, prior to the 26th, if it is safe to do so? Or are we really waiting on this bund and physical works to do that? Because I don't want our sort of processes to hold up a decision we would make anyway, and of course we didn't have a vote to close it. There were safety considerations and it was done, so yeah.
Yeah, I think we're maintaining that the recovery is iterative. So at a point where we could do things, we will let you know. And I think there should be provision to move. The boat ramp is an easy fix if we're talking about public access, but access to mobile requires more conversations, as you know.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Roseboom, you did have a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine was just in relation to the boat ramp. It's the one topic that I'm getting the most amount of questions on. Can we not just open the boat ramp in the eastern side of the car park, leave the western side for the remedial works, and then potentially, once the bunding's in place, because the campground's not going to open immediately, use part of the campground for trailer parking just to get the boat ramp open? So from the boat ramp to the west to Mowell, that'll stay permanently shut for machinery parking for the reclamation work, but to the eastern side, just get it open with about 15 car parks so the local people can just start using it. It would go a long way to relieving the pressure off this table. And I'm quite happy for us as a group to delegate the Mayor and the Chief Executive at the earliest possible moment before the 26th, just to say, yes, open it.
Yeah, yeah.
So look, one of the confusing issues with this is, I think, the one-weighing of Adams as well, and so that's an option we're bringing back to you as well, and that actually includes, I think, a decision by council, because at this stage we'll provide you with, I think, a risk assessment and the option of one-weighing it, and that would be a matter of risk appetite that council would consider, because at this stage I think the Geotech people are reluctant to recommend that at this point. And so On the basis of previous meetings and discussion that we had in chambers here, that was the approach. And I think that's sort of, there's 2 or 3 things coming together. At this stage, it's our intention to bring back a suite of options for you on the 26th with some recommendations which essentially could be implemented almost immediately thereafter. So if council are happy to wait until then, I think that would be the most thoughtful and considered and safest approach.
Councillor Morris.
Sorry, apologies for the back and forth, but personally, I'm comfortable once I've read a risk assessment and had a few hours to think about it. I'm happy to make a decision very quickly. And I know we have processes and those are there for a reason, and agendas need to be publicly notified, but as I said in my first question, if these things are able to be done under delegation, then they should be. However, if council is moving into a place where it is giving its view of its risk appetite, then it should do so quickly, bearing in mind that that doesn't discharge the wider PCBU responsibilities that the organisation has, regardless of the elected members one. So what I'm trying to say is, can we get that decision to us quickly?
Yeah, it'll need to be a formal decision and resolution of council. So I don't know that we have the information, that risk assessment from WSP at this stage. But if council so desires, we could hold an extraordinary meeting for council to consider that.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to go first? No, I'll go. I beat you. So just on point in the executive summary 6A, it says development of a Tauranga development plan will guide. It's complete, signed off on the website?
It is complete. It was sent to iwi Partners for review, and the Mayor had some suggested changes too. We're waiting for those final iterations. I'd expect that it would go live on Friday.
Councillor Curran.
Oh, I'm waiting.
Regarding a decision on the boat ramp, and it having to be made formally, could that potentially occur at next week's city delivery meeting on next Tuesday?
Yeah, I don't know that the boat ramp decision necessarily is one that needs to be formal. Certainly the one-weighing of Adams is, and so I think we need to understand what the conflation between those two is. So. I don't know. I just said that I don't know that the boat ramp needs a formal decision from council, as long as it's within the TARP arrangements. But we need to understand its interrelationship and the way that would work with the one-way, if we choose to do the one-way, as opposed to introducing the bund. So there's a few things that need to come together. Otherwise, it feels like it'll be a bit of an ad hoc decision-making process where we might make one decision and then need to change things after that. So.
Can we just the one way is only on a trigger. So on a trigger, the boat ramp would be closed. So it has no interdependency at all. If the one way got triggered, the boat ramp would be closed.
Correct.
So there's actually no dependency. There's no interdependency on.
Let us work our way through this, and we can report back informally on this.
Well, I think the direction you've heard, unless there's a significant risk to life of opening the boat ramp, we want to see it open as soon as possible. And you know, if we need to make a formal decision, we need to make a formal decision. But that's very much, and my takeaway from talking to the geotech engineers was there was no reason on a nice day that, unless there was an earthquake, that the boat ramp couldn't be open. And as I said, the direction is we need to start putting some signs up and allowing people to take some of the risk themselves around these things, that if there's heavy machinery operating or there's potential risk through landslides, that people have the chance to use those with taking that into account, because we take a risk every time we get out of bed and walk around, and we need to allow people to have some of that risk. Councillor Schuler.
Thanks for the paper, guys. A lot of talk, obviously, around the mount itself and the boat ramp. Just regarding the hot pools and the campground, there's nothing to like. This report doesn't specifically say too much other than it's on track. Is there any sort of updates or anything to comment on those other areas that council's sort of more entirely in control of?
Nothing substantive in those areas, but what a couple of things that we can say is, or can update you on, is that we're currently working with Bay Venues and Powerco to assess whether it's possible to restore power to the hot pools, which will then bring online the security networks, which will then trigger a conversation on whether we need the volume of security on the site at the moment. So other than that, which then triggers more conversations in terms of what the Mayor said in cost reduction, where we may be able to implement some of that cost reduction.
Now, Councillor Rolleston, have you still got a question? You've been forgotten.
Oh, I got tired of waiting. Thank you, Mayor. Relating to the 26 consultation and engagement, page 238, and probably a little bit around things that are top of mind. Whether it's the boat ramp's obviously top of mind. What are we telling the public about the boat ramp? What is the message? What are we telling them about some of these key areas? So, Charlie, you mentioned that I think there was a question that we could update weekly, which I think is a really good area, because the things that are top of my mind is how do we keep updating the community through one source of truth, and secondly, how do we involve the community going forward? I think that one will happen. There's a lot of interest in the community as to how they can be involved, and I know that takes a lot of time. But you mentioned Mobile Trust we're happy with fortnightly. In your thinking, does that mean that would be with us on that fortnightly? What I'm trying to make sure is we're not doing independent updates. So I guess it's a question, you might not have the answer yet, but that you probably have to go back to Mobile Trust, because it wouldn't be, in my mind, wouldn't be a great outcome if 1 week we're doing an update and they're doing it. So if you're thinking that would be, we could still do weekly updates, but there would be, and obviously there's a lot more updates to come than just mobile, but let's be frank, most people want to know what's happening with mobile. So is that some of the thinking that we would do that together?
It absolutely is that we'll do it together. So the rationale around two weekly updates is that the Mobile Trust and the people on site feel that a weekly update will be just work has continued, whereas a fortnightly update, there might be some substantial details that they're able to fill out. The other area for Mobile Trust was capacity to do weekly updates. There's just none. So you'll know that they're all volunteers on Mobile Trust, and so to provide council with weekly updates seems to them to be laborious. So they preferred fortnightly. That doesn't mean that we can't do weekly updates on what we know, but also around the citywide remediation that's happening as well.
Any other questions? If we've got no questions, then happy to put the resolution. I'm assuming that the feedback will be fine, so we're happy with that.
I would just have a extra couple of things in there, if I may.
Yeah, if you're going to
So
move it, you give
I'm
us...
happy to move A, B, and a comma at the end of, no, at the end of B, a comma with suggestions, with recommendations as described, because we added a few today. As, shared today or whatever, I don't know how you do that as a resolution. And note that recovery updates will be provided at least 6 weekly to council and weekly to the working group and all elected members to be shared by the mayor.
I just wonder, just on the back of the feedback, do we do that fortnightly to coincide with the updates from Moa?
We could have a report on the hot pools in between and the boat ramp. Well, irrespective of, we should still have weekly because we're still having weekly meetings, and it can just be any changes, and we'll just be told these can be shared, these are public messages and these are not, and we can decide whether some of us can decide whether to share non-public messages or not. So I'm happy to remove that. If Rick's happy to second me. Oh.
I'd be happy of fortnightly, because the risk is if you don't have adequate content in a weekly report, people would probably not be so inclined to actually read it and click on it, or however it's distributed. I'd prefer more content rather than less content more frequently. There's a balance there.
Yeah, I think this is to the Deputy Mayor's point, this is to our elected members, and I guess it's up to us as to whether there's anything to share publicly or we do it bi-weekly. But
yes, we do, because we haven't got it yet.
Okay, just as perhaps as an option, the council catch-up, the weekly council catch-up, we can have a section in there which perhaps just provides what might be timely and relevant update on the off weeks.
I'd much prefer to know that that's the one I go to. It's an email I go to, and know that that's what I'm looking for before I do my post.
Councillor Correct. Any further discussion? Councillor Correct.
Could we add more specifically to Moa, and like a public release, because that's the issue that is most, on the general public's radar screen. I would like to have more regular updates, and call it the Moa fortnightly update, and that puts attention on ensuring that we do release an update around Moa fortnightly. So could we accommodate some of that, Councillor Deputy Mayor Schooler? Yeah. Schooler?
Good suggestion. Can I add a D? Following the working group meeting on Friday, a comms and engagement plan will be shared, and which will outline the regular updates to be delivered on a fortnightly basis on Moa. Yeah.
So Councillor Correct, you're happy?
Hang on, a comms and engagement plan for, go up a line, a comms and engagement plan for Moa recovery. Yep, and that's all good. That's all good. Will be shared, which would outline the regular updates to be delivered publicly, delivered to the community.
Regular community updates.
Yeah. Community updates and engagement, because it's also how we're hearing back from them. Take that out, yeah. Yeah. After engagement, full stop, keep, yeah, yeah.
Just for you, Mayor, can I get clarification on? Yeah, I mean, what is with suggestions as shared today? Because that, I mean, I just, if that's something like that's going to be in there, surely it has to have a little bit more to it. And my question, just to ask, I mean, I think the Deputy Mayor's had a seconder from Councillor Kirk, so that's fine. We've got a broad communication engagement plan about everything. And so that D, as you're saying, that is, Deputy Mayor, you want that specifically for Malwell, not so much. So what about the rest of Tauranga? Just before I mean, I know we'll debate it, but I just want clarity on what you're trying to achieve in that, so I understand it. So you're saying you want to separate Malwell from the rest of Tauranga?
I'm just saying that Malwell, we've had a community, a public forum saying they want a community panel for Malwell recovery. And so that's, I'm suggesting, and they've said we've promised them that we will engage with them. We haven't made those promises to the rest of, to the whole of Tauranga. So that's why that's there. And just on your first question, as shared today, so the Mayor asked for the financials to be more detailed. We asked for the financials to share that they were, we said where the funding source was. We said we wanted to add the specific dates that things happened in the reporting, and we wanted to share, more specificity where we can on what's actually happening. And any updates are going to be in red for each time we get it.
Right, we're going to move her in seconder. Any other discussion or speakers to this? Okay, if there's no, Councillor.
I understand where the intent and the drive for the changes are coming from. We do have a recovery working group that is to meet and work off the recently agreed recovery work plan, which I think is the appropriate place for the detail of this that's been requested today to then come back out. So, yeah, I'm just uncomfortable that we're sort of superseding a role that a group we set up with this intent to effectively do this, but now we're creating a whole lot of rules before we even get that meeting, which is scheduled for this Friday. So I'd be interested to hear other people's views, but if there's none, I'm happy to vote how I see it, but I'd take it back to the original if I could.
Right, any other discussion around this? Councillor Crowther?
Well, seeing Councillor Schuller raised this sort of area of comment, I mean, for me, I'll just repeat what I always say about working groups. I just think unless it's all shared transparently, then we're going to have ourselves being out of sync, we're going to have our community being out of sync. I would prefer it to be in just, have it as a public meeting, just do the usual thing that councils do, just operate according to normal processes. But, I'm a bit, I don't really understand what the group is. Hotapu just reminded me who was in it, and it's just like all a bit of a mystery to me. So I think from the public point of view, it's not doing anything to get their trust that we are doing what we can to deliver a good outcome here.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess just to answer that, it is in C that the recovery updates will come to council, and that's the appropriate place, but we don't have a council meeting every week, so, what do we do in the interim? So,
Through the chair, I guess just to make my point clear, I'm just meaning the 6 weekly is highly problematic from that point of view when we're getting copping flack on a daily basis, and trying to support what the council's doing, but not having any. Basically, we've got to be armed with information on a regular basis, or else we will just lose the. I don't want to put it into a warlike scenario because it's not, but I mean, you get a bit worn down by it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And we're quite happy that on C, that the recovery updates will be provided at least 6 weekly to council and weekly to the working group and elected members, so that everyone gets it, which is what I had intended. It wasn't meant to be. Yeah. Are you an elected member?
Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion on this?
And so in terms of your other comment, Councillor Crowther, the working group meeting this Friday, it was something that the recovery lead said that he wanted us to wait to get the comms and engagement plan after that meeting, which is why it's mentioned here. And we're just saying, once it's agreed, we don't want then 6 weeks later for it to be shared. It's saying, right, we'll agree it and share it. And so we actually all know what's going on. I'm 100% with you that we just need more reporting.
All right. So we have a resolution, and I'm going to ask all those in favour. Aye. Those against. That is carried. Thank you. Now we're going to move to 11.7, the New Year's Eve level of service, and invite Gareth Wallace and Jenna Key to come forward to talk to this. This is on page 246. Gareth being left to go alone.
Yeah. Just find the paper. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, apologies for Jenna. She's got something else on this afternoon, and hopefully I can answer any questions you may have. Happy to table the report as read, and just a reminder that there's 4 options: retain the status quo, the complete opposite to that, which is cancel everything, cancel community events and continue with fireworks, or some kind of hybrid where you pick somehow a certain number of events and or fireworks displays and we deliver that. Yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora, Gareth. Thank you for the report, bringing it back. So I've only got one question. Should we decide to retain the status quo, does that have any kind of impact on the 7.5% rates target? No.
No.
So even if we decided to keep it, that wouldn't?
The budget to pay for retaining the status quo is included.
Yep.
Yep. So we don't have to add any money back in. If you cancel, there would be some savings.
Yep.
Yep.
Councillor Taylor.
If there was an appetite for cancelling events, I've got a couple of questions around the events, not so much the fireworks. Over the past few years, I know that at least this year the events were cancelled due to poor weather. So have you got any idea of what's the regularity that they do get cancelled? And second part of that question is, when they are cancelled, what's the fixed cost that we've got there as opposed to what might be the full cost?
Yeah, good question. So in the 9 years since Council cancelled the large-scale events at the Mount, and we've been running community events, 1 year was cancelled for COVID, so everything was completely cancelled because of COVID, and then 2 other years we've cancelled because of weather. One was 2025, just gone, and then 2 years before that in 23. The sunk costs for cancelling 25 were about 130 grand. In 23 they were slightly more because we cancelled later, and we'd committed to a lot more things because we were closer to actual delivery.
Councillor Correct.
Thank you, Gareth. So in all 3 cases, the fireworks still were provided. It's just the community event side that didn't happen.
I'm pretty sure in the COVID times nothing happened. So in 21 nothing happened. The year just gone we did all of the fireworks, and then 23 one or the other happened. I think the wind got up and stopped us doing the midnight ones or something like that. The intention had been to do all of them, but for some reason, and it will have been wind related, I bet, we were only able to get away one of the 2 fireworks displays that year.
Have we got any feedback around, I'm just wondering, do people see the midnight one, or do they, is the 9:30 more popular? Do people, would they really miss it if there was none? Have we got any gauge on that, or?
Only anecdotal feedback, really, that it's, it's well loved. Whether it's well loved by the whole community is another matter. The 9:30 display is definitely appreciated by families, obviously, with younger kids. Gives them an opportunity to see fireworks without having to stay up till midnight. Anecdotally, I'd suggest that the midnight fireworks display is probably less observed than the 9:30 PM one. But no firm data on that.
And sort of being around the city, is there sort of any view on?
There's definitely positive feedback on the fact that you don't have to go far or necessarily go anywhere to see fireworks on New Year's Eve. Some people will see 3 displays from their house, some will see 1, and like I think I said previously, we've designed that in a way, and over the 9 years we've moved the barges and the locations around a little bit to optimise the maximum amount of people being able to see it from home, because in an ideal world, as many people as possible would be able to see it without needing to go anywhere. So we get good feedback that most people in the city can see some kind of fireworks on New Year's Eve without needing to go anywhere.
And then do we have a view as to, we've got 16,500 people going, but where there's like 5 events, is it 3,000 an event, or is it some that have...
The Papamoa and the Matua ones are the most well attended, so there's about somewhere around 5,000 at each of those. Then the city centre is... Mount 2.5, City Centre and Greaton about 2 each. The City Centre is pretty full though. There's not a lot more space in the City Centre. It's quite packed on New Year's Eve. So I don't know that you could fit many more in the City Centre without expanding the footprint.
Okay. Councillor Schooler.
Thank you for this. So just in terms of the, I love fireworks, so I'm definitely going to vote for fireworks, but in terms of the community events, so there have been school events done over time in Tauranga. Are they now not happening at all? And second question related is, if, for example, we didn't have one in Matua, but the Big Little Markets wanted to be there and it was an event of theirs that happened to coincide with fireworks, is that something we could, that is quite feasible?
2 questions there. Yes. I know of at least one school that used to do a regular thing, St Mary's. Yeah, I'm not sure of the reason why they no longer do it, but I'm pretty sure they don't do it any longer. I'm not aware of... what's that, sorry? Right. I'm not sure of the reason why they decided not to do it any longer. Yes, we could look to partner with the community or other event organisers. But yeah, that would take some exploring, and I'm not sure that it would necessarily save money or deliver a better event. It might add, some other elements to the event that could be explored.
I wouldn't suggest partner. I would just say that the Ferguson Park is available if somebody wants to use it.
Councillor Crowther.
I've sort of got to reset myself here, because I was thinking to maybe scrap the Matua one and potentially Greaton and sort of, if you like, encourage people into the city centre one. But it sounds, Gareth, like that's not a good approach, because you can't fit more people there. So if I then back up the truck a bit, and I will say my rationale was because I've got feedback from people in the Otamotai area that they have other priorities, including, now that we know the cost is cheaper, keeping Otamotai pool open on Sundays. But putting that aside, does it work the other way around? Like, given that Matua is the biggest one, can you drive? There's plenty of space there. So could you, try to save a bit of money and drive people there? And would the city centre still be buzzing anyway because it's the city centre and it doesn't need an event to activate it? I'm just wanting a bit of an opinion there, I guess.
I guess from a staff point of view, we're reluctant to pick horses or pick winners. Over a period of 9 years, we've kind of developed a package of activity on New Year's Eve that fundamentally works and spreads the load. You could put some time and energy into trying to drive more people to Mātua and Papamoa and or the Mount, because they have got large open spaces, at the expense of one or two of the other events. What would potentially happen is, as soon as you increase the audience, you need more security and you need more vendors and you need other activities for people to do. So you would definitely save money, but some of that would be offset to deal with a larger crowd at those existing locations. So that would be one factor to be considered. I think you're right. I don't think there's the capacity in the city centre for many more people. We could rip the organised activities out of the city centre, so people just came to the city for its standard offering, as opposed to any entertainment or vendors or face painters or clowns or whatever it is. So we could look to do that.
Just through the chair, that was kind of the gist of my question, in the sense that I doubt many people, if there's nothing going on at Ferguson Park, I doubt many people would roll up there. But there will always be, hopefully still plenty of bars and things going on and places for people to gather, and playground when it's light down in the city centre. So it's trying to get a sense of, would the city centre be dead, or would it still have quite a few people around?
No, I think on the back of 9 years of activities in the city centre, it would be busy. But if the only thing on offer in the city centre was bars and restaurants and the playground and somewhere to watch fireworks at 9:30, that would be fine for some people, but many people that have been coming on a regular basis would be disappointed. But I mean, they'd get over it if that was our decision. Yeah.
Right. Councillor Baker, what are you going to do?
Just call for afternoon tea? No. I'm happy to move AB1 and just keep status quo if I have a seconder.
Okay.
Option 1, sorry, option 1.
So we've got Councillor Baker has moved AB1, retain status quo. We've got Councillor Morris has seconded that. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, just briefly, thanks again to staff for bringing it back, being patient with us. Yeah, community deserves to celebrate together as often as we can. New Year's Eve is a great time and a great way to do that. These are safe opportunities for us to do that, and I still think we can look internally a lot harder to find more savings. That stuff shouldn't come at the cost of our community.
Councillor Morris.
Importantly, this paper's already budgeted at option 1, and so that's important for me. I think it's great as a community we have the 9:30 event, because my motto's always been, when it's right, it's right. You know, why wait until 12 o'clock at night for the bigger fireworks display? So yeah.
Any other discussion? Councillor Taylor.
I'd also note that there's a bit of a drive nationally to do away with personal fireworks supplies and sales. So the fact that we're actually offering something for the public to partake in fireworks, I think is a good thing in the long term.
Councillor Couret.
Yeah, I also support it. Whilst we are looking at any cost saving, it'd be pretty grim to cut, an important celebration out for Tauranga.
Okay, if that's all the discussion, then I'm happy to put it's receiving the report and retaining the status quo of those 5 events and the fireworks at 5 different venues with, I believe, a laser light show at Greerton. So all those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Move on to 11.8, which is the appointment of tangata whenua representatives to water organisations Joint Committee. This is on page 253. If the council are happy, I'm happy to go straight to the recommendations. These have been recommended to us as the administrating body for the Joint Committee. We need to approve them. Yep.
Just for clarity, did Western Bay get communicated around the process that so they fully understand that as the administrative body, and are they happy? They understand that? Yep.
Yes, I've spoken to staff at Western Bay and they understand and they were comfortable. The council was considering putting a report through and recognised they didn't need to, so are leaving it with us.
But the councillors are now informed?
I presume that their staff have informed their councillors, so yes. And
well, they will be if they're watching it.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Schooler.
Thank you. I just a bit concerned that we don't mention remuneration for these roles because, and I have got Christine's response that it was covered in the 21st of April council report, which we don't have the minutes of. I know there were some issues with remuneration on things, so I'd quite like a D that the remuneration is set as per whatever we're calling standard remuneration, so that we actually have got that we are.
The remuneration is coming back to us at a future date.
Can we have that as part of the resolution rather than having that one and another one and that one?
Yeah.
So is D that remuneration will be approved at a future council meeting?
Yeah, well, remuneration will be considered. Yeah.
Should you then, should you appoint people if you haven't approved their remuneration?
So we've had this discussion with the Hakupa and Shad. They were, as the two chairs of the joint working group, Tangata Whenua reps, they were very supportive of the remuneration being independently job-sized, and they're aware that we didn't have it yet for this date, so they're comfortable. We didn't want to send it away for sizing until after Western Bay had passed their resolutions, which was slightly later than us. They didn't approve to the 28th. That you approved it on the 21st of April. It's now with strategic pay, we're expecting it back, and it would come back via resolution. Those two Tangata Whenua reps were comfortable with that process.
A supplementary is I certainly in my commercial days have found strategic pay we're very generous, and I think we've even found that with the remuneration of our independent chair of our Audit Risk Committee. So I provided people are happy that doesn't mean we have to agree whatever strategic pay puts in there, then I don't have an issue. But to me it's odd, knowing we've had an issue with remuneration, it's odd to appoint people but not to have agreed how they're going to be remunerated.
I got a mover and seconder of this. Councillor Roseboom will move. Councillor Baker, thank you. Any further discussion? I'll put that to the table. All those in favour? Those against? That is okay. Deputy Mayor will abstain. All right, well, I'm going to do two more. Hopefully we get through them quickly, then we'll have a break. So we've got dog registration fees, 11.9, setting for the 26-27 year. Again, the recommendation is that we set the fees at $133, which is an increase from the $129, I believe, this year, which is effectively an inflation increase. Happy to take the report as read, but is there any questions to staff? Okay, so Councillor Morris will move, Councillor Kurak will second. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Councillor.
While staff are there, I just want to make a comment that I know this area and dogs and dog compliance has been quite an issue for Tauranga, so I just want to say well done for the role you're playing in that, so that, because it gets in the news a lot and it sort of doesn't have much good news. So I just want to say well done with the role you play.
Yeah. All right, if there's no discussion, all those in favour? Those against? That is carried. And then we'll try to get another one through. 11.10, which is the appointment of tangata whenua members to the Smart Growth Leadership Group. And again, this is a recommendation for us from various committees.
And so the remuneration is set by Smart Growth already, is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, just let us see.
Yep, we'll just get that.
Where are we? Appointment of tangata whenua members, is that
Yep,
correct?
yep. 11.10, yep, there's two of those, so. Yep, so, was Councillor Morris, did you want to move that? Yep, have I got a seconder? Councillor Baker, thank you. Any discussion? Yes?
I just, not specifically to this, but can we get the budget that's in the Smart Growth for 26-27, please? That's in our, because I understood that we were looking at reducing that, and it appears it doesn't even come to us. So can we just get a breakdown as an action? Can we please have the breakdown of the Smart Growth budget attributable to TCC in 26-27? That's included in the annual plan.
Right, so we'll have that as an action. Any further discussion on this one? Otherwise, ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. I just want to get a direction from staff before we break. Are we comfortable that we discuss the strategic partnership agreement with the University of Auckland, University of Waikato?
No, we can't do that one.
In public, if we split the funding issues out? Yep.
Doing two things at once. Yes, you could deal with the agreement in open
Yeah.
and the addendum in closed.
Perfect. Okay, so that's what we will come back to, and then we will conclude our day in publicly excluded, but we'll have a break now until 3:35. So we're going to go, now we're just going out of order because we'll take part of 13.4, which is a University of Waikato Strategic Partnership Agreement and Financial Contribution. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring University of Waikato Strategic Partnership Agreement into the open. As part of this, there is 2 recommendations. We might just put them up just so you know, we just know what we're talking about. This can be found in our publicly excluded agenda on page 116.
I've just got one recommendation from that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, is that okay? Yeah.
I think, there was it receives,
Oh, okay. Council.
Yeah.
Yep, cool.
receives the report. So we just got 2. Yeah, so you can find that one. Yeah, cool. So we've got 2 recommendations there that we're going to discuss. So I just want to warn the members just to please keep anything to do with the funding part of it to publicly excluded, but we can open it up and talk anything we want to around the proposed strategic partnership agreement, which you'll be able to find on page 122, and then there is a marked up version. This is again publicly excluded. There's a marked up version from page 134 of the publicly excluded agenda, so you can see the changes after the direction last time. So before we go on, I just need a mover and seconder to go past 6 hours. Council meeting. Councillor Roseboom, Councillor Schuler, all those in favour? Those against? Right, that's carried. We can continue.
Councillor, sorry, who was it? Baker?
Roseboom and Schuler.
Thank you.
All right. So is there any questions or discussion? Got Nick Chester to answer any questions. Any questions from anyone? No questions. They've done a good job, have they? Taken our feedback on board and made all the changes we require. That's a good thing. Yes, okay. Councillor Taylor.
So from my recollection of the first draft of the MOU, it was quite one-sided. Have we evened up the odds, is probably my question.
Yeah, that's correct. So yeah, we on the direction given by the elected members, I've worked alongside the university to make sure that that's been balanced up. So there's a lot of things in there that had different clauses depending on if it was the university or council. So we've basically made sure that they marry up and they're identical for both at this point, and a few other tweaks here to just make sure it does feel like a full agreement.
You'd be happy that we've actually got a balanced agreement now?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
If you have a look, especially around page 142 of the markup and the 8, yeah, that's definitely been, we can see very clearly where that's been balanced up around liability and indemnity, etc. And that marked up version, you can sort of see some of the changes that have been made. So I guess one of the questions that we sort of discussed earlier was around the partnership and ensuring that, for example, the university offers programs that suit Tauranga. I'm just trying to, I thought I'd seen it in here, but if anyone, maybe that's here, this partnership steering group. yeah, I think that probably, in my mind, so this is probably on page 140, and the 4.3, which is a project steering group. Which will be able to cover, I think that suggestion. Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Is it appropriate to ask about milestone descriptions if we don't mention amounts, or is it better to leave that till?
I think if you want to talk numbers and milestones, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was just interested in why we have this sort of fairly blunt number of individual tauranga-based students as opposed to a number of tauranga-based FTEs, because what you could end up with inadvertently, well, I think inadvertently, is a bunch of 50 part-time students who may already be living here, which would be a very different equation. Like if they're sort of working a job, decide to do a course or two, and then they get a tick, and so we get 50 more. But what I understand the purpose of this, or the driver, not maybe the purpose, the driver behind it, is to try to encourage more people to come to Tauranga and study and to potentially activate the CBD. So if they were sort of mainly a worker who's already working in Tauranga, I don't know if that would have much impact on any of the stuff that seems to be the goal for TCC.
Yeah, I can probably answer that, because I had this direct discussion with a university, and that was their suggestion, and I guess the justification for it is in their mind, if while that is the measure that's done across the country, it doesn't necessarily align to the number of people or where the benefit really is, and that is because if you have a part-time student, you need 2 part-time students to make 1, but that doesn't actually represent what's actually in Tauranga. And to your point, that person that stays in Tauranga maybe is studying part-time, they are still part of the economy, and they are still living and working here, and the university's potentially kept that person in Tauranga rather than them going elsewhere. So, I actually agree with the university. I think people that is their home, then that is much more much more beneficial to the city than someone, for example, that might be doing one paper at the University of Waikato in Tauranga campus, but they're doing most of their studies over in the Waikato, and but they may not even live here. So that was the justification. If they're home and they identify with Tauranga, then they should be counted. If they're not, then they shouldn't be counted, and the Fs didn't necessarily represent that.
I'm really struggling to grasp it. So, like, this is the GDP argument, which is, basically if those same people got sick instead of going to university, then they'd probably boost GDP significantly as well, based on studies I've seen. But putting that aside, like, I'm still, I grasp part of the argument, but I still don't understand why, from our point of view, we would not have something more robust in there, given it's for an exchange for financial reasons, ultimately seems to be the core around it.
But you think Fs better represent the number of people that are studying at the Tauranga campus?
I mean, I think absolutely, like, having read about this, to try and do a bit of due diligence. I mean, I think it's like a standardised sort of thing where you have all these arguments, and I mean, Craig might feel free to chip in a more professional view, but my layperson's view is that you know, I kind of go, you can come up with all sorts of studies and all sorts of thinking, but the common ground is that normally they try to tighten it up to try to, especially where there's money involved, because, and EFS has been explicitly stated as being better in a lot of instances, because otherwise you have exactly what I said. You just have basically, you could come away with basically nothing. You could come, you know, literally you could have an increase in part-time students, but it may not do anything at all for what we're trying to achieve here.
Well, yeah, and listening to the University of Waikato talk about it, you know, I'm definitely think that what is representative, which is the people living and working and studying at Tauranga University, their recommendation is better than an EFT model.
Just to try to give an example, and this is a real one, is that there have been a significant number of students transferred their plans from going to Toiahomai to go to the University of Waikato once the University of Waikato opened. So it boosted the number of students at University of Waikato. The corresponding numbers at the Tauranga campus of Toiahomai were dropping. You cannot prove in all cases. There was empirical evidence that I'm quoting on some cases. But, you know, I mean, is that what we want? We just want to, you know, to have something which is a bit more meaningful, like having people from outside the region coming here and enrolling. Surely isn't that what I keep hearing us saying that this is all about, particularly the financial driver here?
Well, I think the financial driver is people studying in Tauranga and living in Tauranga rather than living elsewhere and studying here. So, like, you need them here to actually, but I don't know, yeah, Christine might have a better...
I think no matter which measure that you use, you can see pros and cons of each of the measures. There's no one thing. The reason I think the university gravitated to this after discussion was the direction that they got through your previous conversation, which we fed back, and then subsequently a discussion with the mayor. You were trying to encourage or enable economic growth in Tauranga and the activity that students bring to Tauranga. The challenge if you only use EFS is that you have a student that might be in Tauranga and enrolled in some papers in Tauranga, but some papers through the University of Waikato campus in Hamilton. Those parts of those F numbers will sit under the University of Waikato Hamilton campus. They won't show here, but actually they are here and they're bringing the economy in. And the flip side is what you're talking about. So no matter which way, there's pros and cons. The measures that are sitting in the tertiary trust, which is the partnership of Regional Council, TECT and TCC, it measures it based on EFS. And there was a series of EFS targets that were put in place that link to the funding, and there's also a series of requirements that relate to identifying the training and education needs that are specific to Tauranga and businesses to Tauranga and making sure they happen. So that's regularly checked. So we already have those mechanisms in place, and we were trying to find something that didn't just duplicate that, but measured something else. So I think that's the other relevant point.
I think to the university, they don't really mind which way we use. We could use Fs if we prefer to use Fs. In their I guess, opinion, the Tauranga-based students, effectively, which is this, is a better representation on what that would impact on our economy and what we are trying to achieve. So, you know, and that's initially we did talk about occupancy, because occupancy of student accommodation would potentially mean that there's more coming in. But I guess for me, I don't really mind whether they're coming in or they're here. The fact that they're here studying is what benefits our economy the most. And, you know, to me, you know, that's what makes the most sense when they explain the two to me. But as I say, as Christine sort of spoken, there is pros and cons, and if you're wedded to EFTs because you think that's a better measure, then, you know, I'm sure the university will go that way as well. So,
just to clarify, could it be what I was hoping for, which is Tauranga-based Fs? You know, like that's. I'm not trying to get rid of the Tauranga-based.
Well, the Fs, it's.
And I understand Christine's point, but I'm
Yeah.
saying that other universities seem to cope with part Fs and all that sort of stuff. So,
Well, yeah, but they do cope, and that's what the F number is.
Yeah.
But if they're doing 6 papers in
Well, that's right, we claim part of, like, wherever they're enrolled.
Yeah.
I guess that's what I'm
So
wondering.
you could do that, but the targets then that have been presented to you in the addendum wouldn't be appropriate using a different measure of Fs rather than Tauranga-based students.
Just to Councillor Crowther, I don't know, but then maybe you've factored it already in, but there's a lot of students obviously leave, so there's the retention element as well. So either or.
Like, I think we're, you know, whether we use apples or oranges as our measure, we're measuring apples versus apples or oranges versus oranges. And as I say, I'm not wedded to either one, but when they explained the two to me, it seemed to make sense to me of what we're trying to achieve around growing our economy and the spend in Tauranga, that the Tauranga-based students better represented that than Fs did. So that was my view from listening to the, listening to that discussion. So, yeah.
I've got a few comments. Just on page 1, where we talk about a central priority for Tauranga City Council is, and then we say through the city centre action and investment plan. I just don't know if that's necessary because we might not have that in a year's time. I don't think, we can still say Tauranga City Council is delivering transformational projects, but it just puts if that's no longer in existence, it's page 1, that means you don't need to refer to it anymore. I just wonder if that can come out.
You could do in
Yeah.
in the work you've done to date on the strategy framework. There seemed to be comfort that the city centre investment plan was a core part, and it has been.
I wouldn't change what comes after that we're delivering transformational projects, and before that says a vibrant city centre. I just think trying to be future focused that.
I was joking.
I'm not. I'm just,
Hasn't
yeah.
been removed, it's still there. It's
I know,
still
but
there.
in 3 years'
Still
time
there.
it might not.
But it's still there.
Okay, just a suggestion. Crikey. Page 137, we talk about Tauranga's vision as an integrated university city. I don't know if you need, that's not our vision, so you could just take out the vision bit. So just Tauranga as a integrated university city.
Which,
Page,
sorry,
page 137 in,
so the marked up one.
yeah. Right at the red at the end. So these roles will be exercised collaboratively and in a coordinated manner to advance Tauranga as an integrated university city. Just taking a couple of words out because that's not our vision. Eh?
This is theirs though. This is a joint statement.
Is that the vision of the agreement? Maybe
So what I'm understanding, you're asking just to remove the words "the shared vision."
Yeah. Yes. On page 139, 2.6. Yeah.
Just clarify your question on that. Is that assuming whether that's our pillars and our stuff or what's coming through the shared intention of this document? Because if it's this document, it will be a shared vision.
But it doesn't. It says Tauranga's vision, and it's not Tauranga's vision.
The shared vision for Tauranga as an integrated university city. I just want to clarity from you on.
Me too. I've never seen that that's our vision. So I would, if we take vision out, we're still Tauranga as an integrated university city. I'll leave these to decide or otherwise. Page 139, 2.6. 139. Isn't Te Tiriti o Waitangi commitment, shouldn't that be a joint, in the joint rather than just Waikato?
The university is part of the Crown, so they have those commitments, whereas our obligations are different under the Local Government Act. So I think that's probably what that's about. No, it's not to say that we don't work under some of the principles, but the commitments
It just seems odd that it's a commitment of Waikato but not of Tauranga City Council.
Yep, so we could put another paragraph about we've through our protocols have agreed Te Tiriti principles that we'll work from, but we don't have commitments in a similar way that
I think,
a
well,
Crown
that's
does.
under their obligations, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As part of the Crown.
It's part of the
Yeah.
Crown.
I just wondered if it should be a joint obligation that we operate under Te Tiriti, but,
No.
okay. It just seems odd that we've got it in theirs and not in ours, to me.
Add a paragraph which brings through what our commitments are that we've made to Tangata Whenua, but the wording would be slightly different.
Page 140, that partnership steering group, when are we going to decide who's on our steering group?
It's an action, isn't it?
Yeah, so that can be an action, please. Page 143, 10.2, termination. What happens to the financial arrangements if it's terminated? Each party may terminate with 3 months' notice, and all financial obligations cease at the date of notice? Hey?
I would have thought that the addendum would carry it on because they have acted on those as long as they're meeting the conditions. This is more around the agreement itself, but that's how I would have interpreted it because they would have relied on that to make investment decisions. If the conditions of the addendum weren't met, then that's a different thing. And the addendum talks about what happens if that didn't occur, if they didn't meet the requirements associated with any financial consideration.
And I don't think that's clear enough because I would, and it's a little bit, I don't want it to be confidential, but this doesn't say anything about what happens to the activities if we terminate, and you normally would in a strategic partnership agreement. 143, 10.2.
Maybe that's a conversation enclosed about adding a sentence to that effect in the addendum about how you would manage that.
Yes, please. And does this include our interaction with the University for the Marine Centre? Is it an addendum that will come into this agreement?
Not across the detail of what you're doing with the Marine Centre, but it does relate to all of the activities of the University of Waikato as it relates to Tauranga. And we had to discuss with them that if there are specific projects, they may each have their own addendum, but the agreement overarching is for all activities.
Is intended to
It's intended to
include
talk
the
about
Marine
everything
Centre.
that
Right,
we're working
okay.
with them. Yeah, yeah.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Right, is there any other questions or comments? If there's no other questions, oh yeah, Councillor Rolleston.
Just comment more than a question, which is probably why I wanted this in public, is I think one's a partnership and one's a financial contribution and they should sit independently. We shouldn't be signing an agreement with dollars attached. We want to build a relationship, and I think that was part of some of the earlier conversations, including when Waikato University were in Wollongong signing an MOU over there around forming a relationship, because we're doing things with the Marine and we're doing things in town, and we're doing probably a whole range of other activities going forward. I think it's clear to me that they need to be kept separate. And if the relationship closes for some reason, there's no reason why to say another action that was agreed to couldn't continue. So I think they need to be, so I just probably more speaking to explain why I thought they should be totally separate. rather than sign an agreement and now provide some financial contribution. So I think it's important to keep them separate. The discussion that we have on the financial contribution shouldn't be pending on signing an agreement. We should be signing an agreement to solidify the relationship with the commonalities that we have with Waikato University, and there's a particular initiative that's on the table that should be dealt with on its merit in a good, strong relationship. So I just wanted to add context, Mayor, why I wanted this in a separate.
Thank you. So if we have a mover and seconder, happy to proceed with this. Yep, Councillor Morris will move, and I'm happy to second. Councillor Morris, would you like to speak?
Thank you for the reciprocal provisions. Those have balanced up well, so thank you.
For me, this is a really good news story. It's a commitment between the university and the City Council to achieve each other's goals. We want to grow the city centre, and we want more people here. We want the vibrancy, and the university is providing a pathway for our young rangatahi to stay in Tauranga and educate them, and boost our economy so that we have better paid jobs and better qualified people. So I think this is a win-win for both parties, that we're actually just cementing our commitment to each other to say we're going to work together and we're going to benefit the city. So I probably have a slightly different view to Councillor Rolleston about separating the agreements. I think we're almost cementing the agreement with our next item around that funding, that we are prepared to actually put some money in potentially as well to cement this relationship. I agree they don't have to be interlinked, but I think it just actually strengthens that partnership that, again, we're discussing potentially a win-win of how, we're asking the university to do their part, and if they do, that we can see the benefits to our economy and potentially contributing to that. So, look, I think this is a great step forward. As we've said, we've already got links to them. This agreement covers all of that, allows us to work much better, and as we sort of saw in Wollongong, you can sort of go off each other to actually achieve both your goals with the university growing here, which then has a direct benefit on the businesses, on the accommodation providers, and on those startup companies that are desperate for talent, that the kids coming out of university have the right skills to actually benefit our economy in a really meaningful way when they go and get that job and they're able to stay in Tauranga. So I think this is a good news story and a win-win for the city and the university, which that's what partnership is all about. Councillor Rosebone.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I also support this. All this does is put into writing what I think most of us already want the university to achieve for the city of Tauranga: opportunities for our young people to get an education, learn, and this also encourages the university to focus more on what Tauranga needs to grow, what specialty trades courses or schools, university courses, degrees that we need to fill the gaps within the Tauranga economy. Councillor Crowther, you raised a touchy point. Every town has a university and a polytech. There's a constant discussion over who should run what courses for the betterment of that area. My personal view is polytechs are trades-based, universities are degrees and diploma-based, and let them fight it out, and students or our young people can choose which avenue they want to choose for their career and their education. But no, fully in support of it. I'd like to work closer with the University of Waikato to ensure that their courses match the needs that our companies have to grow Tauranga.
Sounds like you're putting your hand up, Councillor Rosebone, for a as one of the members of our combined group. Have we got any other discussion on this? We've got no further discussion. Would you like a right or reply, Councillor Morris? Put to the table that we receive the report and approve the strategic partnership agreement. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. That now ends our public session. So I'll ask now for a mover and seconder to move into publicly excluded. Yeah, Councillor Roseboom, Deputy Mayor, thank you. All those in favour?